Alright, I think I'm live. I think I'm live. So we got Dave. We got Dave. 25 right now. He's smiling. 45 humidity. Been a while since I live streamed. The Thanks, the first message. First message back. How's it been going with you, man? Can you hear me all right? Okay, everyone here. Yeah, no doubt. Hopefully things get better, man. Come on, Nugget. All right, good. Trying to wake up a bit. I mean, I've been up for a while, but still not awake. Yeah, so in this stream, I wanted to go over the beginning process of making the Epower from the 1070. So you can see. But that was... Yo, Devatron. So what you see on the screen is this. Thanks. So what you see on the screen and this here is this board here, and what you see with all this loveliness. For some reason, it's not capturing all the image. Pretty zoomed in. Odd. Why? Transform. Fit to screen. Yeah, it is fit to screen. The fuck? Whatever. Alright. Well, what you can see here is just a whole bunch of I'm not sure where my controllers are. Show what the butt controllers are. Oh, hi. No. Have any laying around? I think I do. Not I did. I do. All right, I do. I do. I thought so. I thought so. Yeah. So what you see here is a buck controller. It just takes voltage and lowers it. Very, very cheap. Very, very cheap. But very, very efficient. Very good. 12 volt in. Go all the way down to like 1.2 volt out. With this, just turn the knob, potentiometer onto it, and you can lower the voltage. Very, very easy. Quite simple. And that's why I have a whole bunch, as you can see on the screen here. Well, somewhat. There's three. There's three for testing on this. And I tried, I think it was 2 weeks. 2 weeks trying, no, one week. And we're talking a lot of hours on this. Trying to figure that out. Let me go here. Had this video. It's showing it. Yep. All right. There it is, all of it. That was all for troubleshooting to get this to work. Now, technically, I did get it to work, but there's a lot of issues with this one for some reason. It might have just been the board. This was a really bad GTX 1074, the Win card, when I got it. Like, this is the rough one. So probably a whole bunch of components are gone on it. There's a short on 5 volt somewhere that I couldn't find for the controller itself. The NCP, it's a NCP 81274 controller. Needs 5 volts to turn on. And that 5 volt to that, the only spot on the board was shorted, and it wasn't the controller. I have pictures way back of the controller. I desoldered, switched over a different controller from the board that's now powering the GTX 770 right now. That's running this. But yeah, controller's fine. There's some sort of short just before it. So what I did was I cut the trace for the 5 volt that was being fed into this. So that way there's no short, and I put my own wiring. That's why there's extra controllers that you can see up here. There's one extra controller. When there's only 2 needed, technically I can switch out one of the controllers with a SATA cable, technically. But the 5 volt powers on. I have to take the 5 volt. I'll show this later on, how I figured this all out. Quite simple, to be honest, but took a while to figure it out. But yep, there's that. And then here we go. Here's the board all working. Technically not working. It has voltage, but that voltage is fake voltage. There's no switching frequency. So if there's no switching frequency, the VRM is technically not on, even though I've tried so many different ways. It's hard to show, but I got masking in a whole bunch of spots on this board for testing wise and whatnot, and I had everything set up technically correctly to turn on the switching frequency, but the switching frequency was not working on this card for some reason. I tried so many different ways, like 60 different ways to try to get the VRM switching frequency working, and no. And then decided with the other 1070, because I got it all working, technically working, but the core was dead. So I figured to make Frank. There's first time Frank. Here's the first pictures of Frank. I showed all this, I think, on live stream too, or tried to. My video capture card died on me, so hard to do that. There's the wires soldered on for the VRM. And didn't really need any grounding for it, just to invite this whole other card. It's just take the VRM. I mean, it's worked pretty good. Frank worked pretty good. There we go. Side by side. In the PCIe slot as well. And that's when I added on cables. This is from power supply here. So here's from a power supply cable. These are 18 AUG wires. I believe 8 by 8 by 8. So lots of them for the current. And that worked pretty good. Even though the distance was really long, I don't know why it worked so well. Even though this distance is terrible, I didn't add any grounding to it. Just worked pretty good. A whole bunch of caps that I added onto it, and then later on we'll show what I did there. And a little bit of a melting on one of the wires. That is what it is. Took a lot of heat to get those soldered on there. This video. It's working. 1.37 volts. So it was really good. Worked pretty good. I don't know how Frank worked that well. Graphics card, powering a graphics card. How do you use that? That's dual PC setup, so you need a capture card. You need a capture card, buddy. You need a capture card. I need another one because I can't fix mine. I've been trying, but I just can't. I think it's done. Something's done on it. I can't figure out what it is. Don't have the tools to do it. Yeah, there's Frank, and this is oh man. Beforehand. And then here's where I said I took off that NCP81274 controller. And yeah, I switched it over. Everything looked good. Everything was good. You did the exact same thing. So right here, it's really hard to see. I cut the trace for the 5 volt because, again, this card here. Okay. And we shift that back up. There we go. Capture card, is there any good brand I should look for? Yeah, there's a few good brands. Like Elgato. I liked my UVGA one. I'm just not sure what happened to it. So, but they discontinued them, which maybe there was issues with them. It worked really good for the years I had it. Yeah, Elgato. I'll look for an Elgato. If you're gonna do like 4K streaming, you gotta look for the 4K. They're not cheap. Yeah, the 4K. Look for at least 4K. They generally plug into your PCIe, the ones you want to look for. You plug that into your main PC, hook in to your GPU from the other PC. It'll capture whatever image from the GPU, right? And then you use OBS, and you can see everything. I mean, you can use more than just OBS, but OBS is, I think, great. I think OBS, once you start learning it, all that, it's really good. It's really good. Yeah, there's a all cleaned up. Add more solder to it. I didn't care what it looked like at this point. This is it all figured out for what I needed to actually do for this to get it all working. So, 2 buck controllers, 1.8 volts on one. For some reason, it didn't have the 1.8 volts, even though it had the 5 volts. I'm not sure why. This wire here, you see, goes all the way over. I don't know if we can show. Yeah, there you go. So this is the 5 volt right here. This is the 5 volt rail. These two capacitors, I just soldered them together basically. Added this wire that went all the way back over and powered 5 volt for VRM. Turned it on. That's what turns it on. This one is no, sorry. This is 1.8 volt. This is at 12 volt, I think. Pretty sure. Let me just double check here. Pretty sure that's what I have. Yeah, 1.8 volt. So 5 volt, 1.8 volt, 12 volt. Now 12 volt's not even technically 12 volt. Okay, so this 12 volt. This is 1.8. This is 12 volt. It's not even 12 volt. That's why I'm saying I could switch this over to like a SATA cable or another. You cannot. You cannot take power from any of these pins to power the 12 volt down here. Okay, this is for this would be powered from your PCIe slot. Okay, this one here, and you have to have this 12 volt working. How many? Oh, you don't need to really worry about gigabyte. It's the encoder you want to look for. That's why NVIDIA is better for that. Yeah, buddy. I told you they're not cheap. The EVGA one that I had, the XLR1 Pro, was like a $360 or $400 one I got very cheap. New. And I can't believe it went on me. Yeah, they're not cheap, but they're well built. Something that's gonna last. And they're not gonna be discontinued anytime soon, so you can't get any fixes or warranty, shit like that. So yeah, so the 5 volt, 1.8 volt gets powered. This 5 volt goes all the way over. All the way over. Powers VRM. This 1.8 volt goes here to power this cluster. For some reason, it was not getting any 1.8 volt. I don't know why it wasn't getting the 1.8 volt too. So everything was working. I checked everything with the multimeter. So basically what I did was check everything with multimeter with the power on after checking, make sure there's no shorts. Okay, that's why you'll see right here, this is masking, this is black masking. This took forever. This literally took me, this bit of masking, which, no, before cut, after cut, and figured it out. I don't think you can show it. Looks black in the picture, it's green stuff. But this took me forever. Because I wanted to make sure it was well on there, make sure it was like solid. And this took me like almost 2 days for this masking. mask that off and mask the bottom off. And then I bent myself some sheets of copper from a old AIO that is the bracket. It is fairly thick copper that I bent and cut these strips out of. It's more or less, you want to make sure you got that warranty and shit. There are a whole bunch of cheaper ones, but they die apparently. You gotta read a whole bunch on it. That's why I only go for certain ones, or would want to go for like an Elgato. Not cheap, but at least it's gonna last, right? So yeah, this 12 volts actually like 11.65 I think I could do. Because that's what I was able to turn down the controller down to. So it goes whee all the way over. And then I fixed it up, put it somewhere else through this hole. Yeah, it was testing purposes. Oh, no, wait. There's 12 volt here. This one here. And it still wasn't even fully 12 volt for some reason. Yep. The 1.8 was pretty easy to figure out. 5 volt worked instantly once I had the 12, plugging this in after checking for shorts. 5 volt was working, but nothing else was. And then checking voltages out. And basically everything didn't have an enable pin. So I had to search up what the enable pin voltages were for a bunch of these controllers onto it. And yeah, they all worked at either a 1.8-ish volts or 3.3 volts. So figure I was missing the 1.8 volts to it. Added to the 1.8 volt rail because I checked it out. Just added the power to it again from a buck controller, 1.8 volts. It's roughly 1.8 volts, and it holds steady. Don't have to worry about any kind of voltage drops. It might tweak out on me or not. I've been testing this out now for about a month. So everything's great. Everything's working really, really good. Very happy about it. I've done a lot more since this, but yeah. And then 12 volts. It's not technically 12 volts. It's a little bit less than 12 volt, but it works for enabling that and then making sure when this powers on, it turns on a bunch of stuff on the back is what it is really powering. And then this also 12 volt powers the fan that's on it. Picture's really blurry on that one. But here's it hooked up, all soldered up. And then just checking, just put a little ground to ground there. It was so bad right now. It was so bad. This wire actually ended up melting. I was like, man, what does that smell? Yeah, so this ground, because of how bad the actual grounding was, because as soon as I cut this board, it lost so much grounding that I had no choice but to add a whole bunch of grounding to the other board. I didn't have to worry about that Frank because I had all that extra grounding. Now this board here, the Epower, doesn't have a whole lot, so you have to add grounding. This is what I had for starter, for just a quick, ground, I guess, right? It works. Yeah, no, this wire couldn't handle it. Even though, thanks, Lee. But yeah, wire no good. It worked. It technically worked. Did not work great at this point, but it technically worked. Then I did a whole bunch of stress testing and whatnot. Here's it all set up because I just moved. I want to do something, so here's a whole bunch of grounding that I did. A whole bunch of this is for extension cord wire that I doubled up. Use the ground and power for it, but to the ground. It's all grounding. Extra wires, as you can see. At this point here, I was messing around with the voltage sense pin and voltage sense neutral to help with load line, just my own load line, how I want to set it up. It's just so bad. There's so much extra noise, extra like millivolts into the grounding that it was messing up the Epower. And it's not because of anything I did. This is just, it's how it works. There's not much grounding here. So since there's not a huge ground plane for the card to dissipate the grounding to from the power, right? It builds up, and then it's all in this region. So the back of this card where the plug plugs in, back of the card where this plug plugs in, and then it starts going off, right? That's generally how it works. You can test it on all graphics cards, and then by the time you're all the way over to the end of the card here, that's why I have this one long run. This grounding section of the card has no voltage going into grounding, so it's a really good reference for zero tolerance, basically. So you'll know, like this right here, this grounding's just there's no voltage going to it, even on load. No voltage going to this section. But over here, the grounding is getting like 40, 60, 100 at the beginning, all the way over here. Over here, it was like 300, 400. And it turned on, it technically worked, but then it stutter. And I didn't push the voltage either, because I wanted to get everything set up for idle voltage before I start pushing the voltage. So this is only at 1.1 volts, and there's like 300 to 400 millivolts of voltage into the grounding. That's just how bad it was. It was all mostly in this general area on the Epower, which is very chattery, a lot of noise onto the controllers. So I can't believe it even worked at this point. And then yeah. So that's why I added all this in. This helped, but there's still like roughly 100 millivolt of load line. This worked really good for dissipating the. This worked actually really, really well for what it was. Really good solder joints. I did fix up this later on. Solder joints were really good. This is not the greatest grounding spots, but it worked pretty good. Here's it working. I don't know where Vep is. Okay, so I put the heatsink onto it for the VRM at this point. Started doing more testing. As you can see, there's nothing but what those wires are. There's nothing extra. Nothing's been done extra to this card, basically, for testing. Started adding more grounding. This is a good way to do it. This is just a whole bunch of solder wire, just for testing wise. I took my time. I want to learn as much as possible on this, so I basically took my time. It didn't exactly take a lot of time, really, but I took my time stepwise. What should I do here? What should I do here? Did this work? How much did this work? Is this beneficial? Am I cutting down noise onto the grounding type deal? But yeah, this helped a little bit more. This grounding pin here that I put onto this plate actually helped out a little bit, but basically like nothing. It's a little bit extra gains, and then I eventually did take this off. Here's it beefed up a bit. So this Epower here. So this is the memory grounding. Fairly good, as you can see. It's nice grounding. That would have continued off, but this is the grounding for the memory. I shaved away as much as I could without damaging any extra lines that were close by. So shaved it down, added solder and solder wick. So made a nice pad basically of ground. This is all ground here that gets extended to over here, which you'll see later on what else I did there. Or to these ground planes, which that actually helped quite a bit. Straightened out these a bit. Added more. Doubled up the caps. Doubled up the, these are 330s. per 14 of them. So there's 28 of them total on this board. 330 microfarad caps onto this right off the bat from the VRM. Off the Epower. On the back of the Epower too, there's MLCC caps, so helps filter out more noise. But this helps a lot. What I did here between the, do I have a picture? Yeah, a bit closer. I have pictures later on, but so what I did here between this right here are the chokes inductors. It takes in the voltage and then puts it over to the VRM, which the caps take in, right? So this right here in between the caps, so this is all power. What I wanted to do was beef up the power. So this is a 4 or 5 stack of solder and solder wick. It's a lot of solder. This was a lot of solder. This is what I have left of a pound of solder after 1 year of doing some mods. Not even crazy. This is all I have. This was 1 pound. So it was like this one. It was like this one. But now it's like empty. So yeah, I went through a lot of solder with this. This is not even done. This is not even done at this point. I just went through so much. Well, how's it going, honey? Sorry, I'm just chatting away. Legal labia. Yeah, coffee. Ba-bam. So yeah, big beefed up the the power and the grounding from the Epower here, just by doing this. This worked really well. And then keep going on. So what you see here, can we see it all right? Yeah. So what we see here is this is the GTX 770. I did a whole lot of testing. Oh my god. The VRM to the core is terrible. It's like, what was it, 35 or 40 millivolts before I did anything to it. Now it's 20-ish, about 20 millivolt, which is a lot better than what it was. But yeah, so well, we got a lot going on. But so what you see here, these are giant caps, 1,000 microfarad caps right here. This is the power side of the VRM from those caps. What I did was took off all of the MLCC caps off of it and all the caps that I originally put on it, because they were only 270 microfarad. Even though I was able to put lots onto it, still even was like half of what these are here. And these are also low ESR Panasonics. I have a bunch of those on there as well, which really help out smooth stuff out, especially doing something like this. Okay, so really good to do. And then what I did was soldered on. So what I did, solder on here. So 1000s, 6.3 volts, plenty, lots. It's a lot. Didn't even need to use 6.3, but it's what I had for larger caps. Future, I would like to change this out, of course. Get some bigger caps. At even lower voltage would be fine, but some bigger caps, maybe bigger caps that are same size too, or bigger caps that are smaller would be nicer. And then what I'll do too is really sand out the ground and the power, because what you see here in the picture is I soldered on right here and here, and the other side of those, what I did was solder on solder wick with a hefty dose of solder. And then what I did was, again, a hefty amount of solder. Soldered on all of these caps to it. Made sure I added on a ton of solder. This took a long time. Soldering iron that I have is not great. I used the heaviest tip I had, and this took a while. Okay, this took a while. But really good joints onto it. Or it works really good. Really happy about it. This is, as you can see, the back side of it. So this is the ground. Front side. All of this that you see is all powers. So basically like an extra rail, like power rail or power plane, if you want to call it a plane. This is a whole bunch of solder wick, heavy dose with solder. So they're fairly solid, slightly bent down to go attached to that. Now let's go to the two main caps. So these caps here were tantalums that were onto it. I switched them out with larger 100 microfarad caps, MLCC caps, to help with smoothing out voltage while it's going into the core. Helped a lot. And then when I added this onto it, it helped the voltage droop roughly by 7-ish millivolts. Wasn't much. What I could do, maybe sticking up more to it, but eh. And then what you see here on the other side of the cap is the ground, and that goes to the ground plane of those right there. So added those on as well. It didn't help a whole lot, but I mean, it looked pretty cool. As is, after working a whole bunch more on voltage sense and figure out what else I could do with it, I got idle voltage at this point on one of these potentiometers. So idle voltage, and then whatever voltage I want to set this to for running load. So idle voltage, whatever I want to set to. Running full load voltage, whatever I want to set to a switch. Easy enough. And what I'm going to do in the future here, again, clean all this up. This is just, it's still in testing. I have big plans for this thing, and then we'll continue on. Here is it more later on. All nice and looking snazzy. Gabagoo. Gabagoo. We got a gabagoo. Alright, I'm sorry, I don't mean to call you, and you're laying right beside me. So here's it, more or less, what it's at right now. I've been setting this up, man. It's been taking me a while to set this up while I've been so busy with everything, man. So I have everything kind of lined up from beginning to end. There's a lot more pictures technically and videos. I've already posted videos and that, but yeah. Yeah, she was laying right beside me, and I'm calling her name, and she's just looking up at me, meowing like I'm right here. I'm right here. It's like, my bad. But yeah, this is more finished product onto it. As you can see here, I got the EVGA fan cooling the memory. It doesn't need it technically, but stock voltage. They stay cool, but have it on it because it's EVGA, EVGA Epower, EVGA card, EVGA VRM fan too, and cooler. I added on, these are solder. This is just pure solder. This one just does not want to stick, so I'm going to have to figure something out in the future. So my future plan with this, and there's show more of it. This is beforehand. Oh, I should put this further back. This is before all that, as you can see. This is the testing wise on that beforehand. This is the scores I was getting roughly. This is all before the finalization. This is, as you can see, just one voltage, or yeah, one voltage right here, testing it. This one right here wasn't doing anything at this point. And yeah, it was doing okay. It was doing okay. But as you see, it's all beforehand. It was doing okay. So here's what I should have put beforehand too, but wanted to show it for more like the end of the slideshow. So this is again what I did with the power. This is the power side of the VRM. So this is where your voltage and amperage goes through. So I wanted to really beef it up because it's good for technically 600 amps, like easily 600 amps. For this 10-phase card. It does use doublers, but it is good for 600 amps. But yeah, that's the card right now. There we go. just a whole bunch of extra more grounding to it, and then really messing up with the, or not messing up, but playing around with the VRM load line, like manual load line onto it. It's been fun. Hey, Strag, how's it going, man? So my future plan with this card, with this Epower that I made, is, as you can see here, the controller, everything looks really messy and all that. It's a bit cleaner now. I've cleaned it up a bit, but to make it universal, I want to make it as universal as possible. So I've been learning a lot about controllers, more about controllers and that, more or less what I can do with the controllers, on how I can mess around with them. And so usually with the voltage sense pin, you're at a low ohms, like 1.5 to 2 ohms generally, because that's generally what your core is going to be reading at, really low ohms, and that's generally what the voltage sense pin reads too, part of the core. But by the time it gets to it, it's around 2 ohms, and it's stupid for the controller too, because it's also, your potentiometer gets hot too, because there is a little bit of amperage that goes through it at higher voltage too. It's taking a little bit higher voltage, like 1.5 or higher voltage, right? Who knows how high you're going to go. I can do 1.65 volts if I wanted to on this card, just haven't needed to. And then later on, I'll figure out how to get it to do like 2.1 volts if I need that, but 1.65 is fine for what I need. Voltage spec-wise, it's fine. Probably just need to do feedback, but feedback's like in milliohms for some reason. But anyways, so what I did was switched out a bunch of stuff onto it. No, the second Epower is technically just the 37 Ti PCB. So here's the 3070 Ti, the one that did core, but this is the Epower. Messing around with it and all that. Right now I have to mess around with it more. What I have to do with this is mess around with the voltage sense pin and set it up onto the VRM. Something, I don't know. It's right now it's stuck at 2.1 volts. I had it working, but yeah, it takes two controllers as well, and that's more or less because I'm trying to make it so that way don't need PCI Express. This right here works, turns on, get all the voltage I need. I've already worked on this and had it on the 770 as well. Just I need grounding, and I want to do more to it, because this thing's this VRM is a monster. It's another 10 phase. There's 8 here and 2 here, just for the core. And it's a monster. But we're roughly the same around controller too. So like, I don't know, like the controllers from this to this one here, this is an MP, this is an NCP, this is an MP controller. They got some Texas Instrument ones that are fairly similar to this. I've done a lot of work on this, on learning a lot of controllers and that, but the VRM, like these phases here, I think are good for 75 or 80 amps each. So this technically is good for like 800 amps, which is wild. And these are newer MOSFETs on this, newer controller, newer MOSFETs. So very, very quick and very stable, more or less, like transient response. Everything's a lot cleaner on it. So it should be a monster of an E-Power when I get done. What I would like to do is desolder the HDMIs, get things set up so that way I can set up. I'll get rid of these wires, of course, too, and do a lot more. But for now, this works. And then what I'll do is use copper strips and then bend them over to a certain angle with a certain angle, and then that right there will just rest there. I'll probably put like a rubber stopper or something there so that way it covers it up, or maybe I'll just mask off everything from this side. Oh wait, I can't do anything on this side, that's right. No, yeah, I can. No, yeah, get rid of those. I just gotta be careful the way this board's laid out here. I can't do anything with up on this section here. That right there, power is part of the board. All this here is just display, so that's fine. But right here, I gotta be careful. That's part of this controller. This MP controller here is not just in this area here. It's also on the back side of the board, which is this here. Like does load line, your voltage control, the switching frequency is part of it's stupid controller to work with. Like you gotta do a lot of messing around with this kind of crap. Yeah, one component, and that's why the Epower that I made here, that's on screen, is so good. It works so good because, well, it's doublers. So doublers, blah blah blah. Here we go. The video I made, I wasn't pointing in the right spots. I wasn't paying attention. I was looking elsewhere while I was talking. So you got your 12 volt in, right? 12 volt in, 12 volt in. This is your choke for 12 volt. This is your 12 volt. This is 12 volt. If these were filled out too, this is all 12 volt. And then you got your 5 volt that gets powered from controller from the 12 volt. So this is your 5 volt. And then you got your 1.8 volt right here. And then you got another 12 volt down here. I don't have that anymore. But yeah, the blah, blah, blah. So these rails all power on basically, right? And then your VRM here, so takes in the 12 volt, and these controllers here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for the core. There's 5 of them, 5 controllers that are doublers for the actual MOSFETs. So these 2 MOSFETs go to this one controller. Same thing as we go down the line. And then we got two more standard single MOSFET per stage for the actual memory. And the memory will work. I can get the memory working on this Epower too. It's just an enable pin. It's fairly simple. Just grab 1.8 volt, put to 1.8 volt to the enable pin for it, bam, and we'll get the VRM working. Yeah, if you have if you want specific questions, ask me. I'm blabbing on. I've been having fun while being pretty busy. But again, learn a lot of stuff on these controllers. I've learned a lot about controllers since I started doing this, and over the past literally probably 3 months, I've learned so much, and just over the past month, I've learned a lot. Yeah, so this graphics card's 1070. At first was a full card powering the 770. That's Frank. And then I did Frank 2.0, was doing more wiring to it, adding beefier power cables to it and whatnot, and it worked all right. And then what I figured I'd do as I was working on this one, but then I knew something was wrong with this one. This is good though. It's fine. I have a ton of spare parts. Okay, so this board's just a spare part board. I've already used it a bunch of times for parts, but for around the controller because I was messing around with everything on the controller to see what I can do. And what I have right now is really freaking good. But yeah, spare part board. But this card does not work. It's spare parts. Okay, spare parts. But I took all that information and I got the other one working. Frank, that was powering the 770 before I moved. And then after I moved, I took Frank apart off the 770 and then started really going, okay, well, what should I do? What do I need to do type deal. Played around with it for a few days. And then I was like, okay, I can just cut it in half. I use these certain tin snips. These are duck bills for cutting some fairly thick sheet metal very smoothly. And I don't know which picture it is. As you can see in the picture, as you can see, it's very clean cut, as you can see. Very nice. I just put a cut mark onto it, followed that line. Lightly sandpapered it, and there's no shorts. Like, that's how it literally cuts through these PCBs, and these are thick PCBs, like butter. And yeah, because these are, again, these 1070s are using a newer, like at this year, these are new, new doublers onto it, new VRM style. It works really good. What would be better is if I was able, like, if I wanted to, I could just chop off the memory and then have everything closer, so that way I don't have to have long distance. But from as is, and what I can do with the load line anyways onto the actual core. Right now I have it set so if I'm at 1.4 volts, it only droops down 25 millivolts on the core, and it works really good. So, and that's what I was messing around with the voltage sense pins, because the controller's taking in, again, any voltage that goes into the ground plane, that where it needs a reference, where the controller needs a reference from the ground plane, it's going to interrupt things and mess things up with the controller, and then not send the proper voltages, or it could be really bad transient onto it. So a lot of working out on that, and yeah, works really good now. And then here is some testing runs. I can't wait to run this chilled. Transform. There we go. A bit better. But yeah, I can't wait to get this chilled. So I was able to do 1.476, I think, or 1.481, somewhere around there. Don't go off of GPU-Z. It went higher than that, 1.455. This is a second place for Super Pi for GTX 770. I know I can do better, but this is what I was able to do for testing wise. I was quite happy. Oh, it keeps opening up in the wrong page. There we go. There we go. There we go. So this is oh, it's not even showing it. The hell? Better? No, I can't see it there. Wow. Let me see here. There we go. 6160. Unigine Heaven. I was able to do 1.43738, somewhere around there. And don't go off of what it actually shows, which is showing 1.428. It's technically higher. Your boost is actually higher than what it's showing in GPU-Z most times. I was able to do 6160, which is 25th. I think it's 25th. Which is pretty good. Pretty good. And I did most of all this at 1.4 volts, which is pretty good as well. Yo, I was going super. RAM is set to 0. Yeah. Yeah. No tune. No, this is the crappy tune. 5.8. It's only at 5.8, 6 core, 6 thread on 1300K. XMP. No tuning whatsoever. And XMP sucks on this kit of RAM. Actually sucks. It's more or less, again, testing for GPU, but almost 1.45 gigahertz at 1.4 volts ambient on GTX 770. It's up there. Yeah, it's up there. Oh, was it? Yeah, it probably was, wasn't it? Let's see. Yep. Yeah, last score was JDEC. Yep. Again, testing. It's all testing. All testing. And then with the superposition with the LOD for it, it's odd. You can't push it as far as you normally would be able to. Same voltages, but this, like, even though it's a lower frequency, score just goes way up, which is insane. Like, it's actually wild how far the score goes up with a certain driver, a very specific driver with this one, 474.14, and then yeah, with LOD on superposition. Oh my god, it's just crazy. It gives you like an extra almost 80 points, almost 100 points, just by switching over to that, basically. Even though you're getting less score too, or less frequency. Yeah, for superposition, low, like 6.875 to 7.125, around there. You're not gonna be able to push it as far on core frequency. You know, if you can, that's awesome. I wasn't able to at same voltages. I didn't want to go higher voltages, but the score is just wild, especially with this driver. Like I said, wild. I think you got a couple. No nugget. Come on. I got nothing for you. I'm sorry. Oh. Gus said easy. Ooh, Chevy 750, getting ready. Yeah, how toasty is a 7850? Have you benched it much? She toasty? Ah, should be fun. Yeah, they're a little warm. They're a little warm. A lovely cat hair. Ah, just moved. You gotta be all over me. Gilly. ghost. It's a ghost. Yeah, it should run pretty good. The ghost cards are pretty good cards. Decently built for the time. You seem to, yeah. They're good cards. Yeah, BFG was pretty good at the time too. I like to get a couple. I like to keep collecting more EVGA cards though. Or as much as I can about them, basically. Power colors, like, I don't know. Some people never really thought much about power color, but then when it came more mainstream around, America, North America type deal, then yeah, they started proving how good they are. We're talking a long time ago too. What? At least 10 years ago? Yep, my doubles are. Yeah, I think they really made a splash with the RX 580s, like the 500 series from AMD. I think they really made a big hit with them, and then that's really pushed them off. Like, so most people never really bought. Most people, most people weren't really buying Power Color. Yeah, 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 exactly. The 4 and 5, super popular in Japan. Super popular. Crazy what the prices of the RX 580s were going to too, for the price that they're supposed to sell for, and then selling for like 350, $400, and some people buy them for $500. Like, what? I bought mine for $100 for both of them. The 4 GB and an 8 GB, $100 each. Years ago. Yummy you. I was like, yeah, we gotta take a picture. She just stop, looking, looked at me like, really? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I want to get some RX 580s. It'd be nice to have some. Get them on verification too. And I already know what I gotta do for modding them from years ago. Before I even started hardware bot. Yeah, because you can find RX 580s for an 8 GB for $50 used. You should be able to buy them at that. If you're buying them for more than that, then it's just your own stupidity. But yeah, they should only sell for $50. Yeah, 6 GB. Yeah, I still don't mind that, but they weren't half bad cards. I knew not to get a 16 series. I knew I wanted to get 1080 Ti someday, so I held off. And bought the 6700 XT. That's what I did. Bought 6700 XT. 12 GB card. Worked for what I wanted to do. Not cheap though. At least I was able to resell it for a decent amount. Yeah, the 1660 Ti and 1660 Super were not half bad. Plus ray trace. Oh, you still have the R480? Nice. Nice. It's gotta be XFX, eh? I had the MSI Armor one, and 580, and the Sapphire Nitro Plus for the 4 GB. God dang, that 4 GB was a monster though. Holy crap. Nice. Yeah, when I had my 580, I've shown it in the past. Literally drove screws up through the mounting holes to hold on a custom AIO water loop that I made. Like the AIO didn't work, and I made a custom water loop out of it, out of a fish pond pump. Oh, good times. 50 bucks for 1060, that's insane. It's really good. I got a hell yeah. Yeah, more clocks on 5. Memory's still roughly the same. Um, Definitely do the straps on them. On Polaris. Oh my god, so much more gains. Tighten shit up. Uh, yeah, I hear you there, Heart. Yeah, the single fans aren't great, but they work. They just generally don't have a great VRM, and they run a little bit warmer. Yeah, the 980's it's there, but big upgrades when you go to 1080 Ti, man, from the 980 Ti. Oh, you want to be able to OC further on the memory, eh? I mean, that would be good. That'd be good to do. Just can't do that in competitions, not unless they specify. They don't like it in competitions for changing SPD on things. No, Heart, it's not gonna change. We're so like I've been talking about for a very long time. Like we're so much farther ahead than what a lot of people think we are. For as in terms of home PCs and the power that we can have at home. So there's a few different kind of RAM ICs that would do 6000. BDI is a good way to do it though, but you need to get them nice and cold. I'm guessing the timing's loosening out a lot on that Micron kit. That's probably what you're able to get higher frequencies on. That'd be good to do for old DDR2. Yeah, 6600 for most people is gonna be good. Yeah, that's what I thought there, Red. That's what I thought. They go super sloppy, which is helpful. B-die won't. B-die won't. Either like what a version you get, just won't go sloppy enough. And not unless you can go real freaking cold. If you can go real cold, and just plop in some voltage, and you're fine. Yeah, the Micron, I'm pretty sure those Microns, so you have to keep fairly cool to even push them past 4,000, don't you? I'm pretty sure they don't like temperature at all. And once you're trying to get 6,000 for it, man, you're going to be putting some voltage into it. So you would have to do real cold. Yeah, they scale well, yeah. That's good. That's good. I'm thinking of what I was able to lower my B dies down to. It's been so long since I ran DDR4 in my B dies. I think it was CL22 is the best I can do. Like as sloppy as I can go. I think it's CL22. Yeah, the Mushkin. Yeah, yeah. There's a few Mushkin kits that are really good. So it's an E kit. That's probably not half bad. Yeah, run the 6700. You haven't ran it? Oh, you have. I don't know. It was only 6950 that you did. Yeah, best I was able to do on my B die because my motherboard that I had for overclocking was voltage limited on core and memory, 1.35 volts. I was able to do 4400 CL15 too at 1.35 volts, pretty wild. Bike cruncher. But yeah, I think a CL19 for my frequency is 4400, 1.35 volts. That was all I could do. If I could put more voltage in, I would have. I tried every way I could. If he has like a minus 40 single stage for memory, he'd be able to keep him around 30, minus 30, minus 20-ish. Probably more around minus 30. Just due to the fact it's not as much wattage as what you might think going through them. Maybe 20 watts. 10 watts each, or maybe max of 15 watts each stick. Yeah, it's kind of what I figured. I've done some cooler runs in winter with RAM, just air on to it, and I was able to keep them below 0. So which is just a fan. Yeah, you would lose more. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, you would. I don't know how well you made the like the heat spreaders are for the single stage, either for the RAM. There's a lot of loss in contact for the plates, right? For contact for that. And then the distance down to the chips. And then there are some versions where the chips are a lot lower than normal. They're closer to the actual pins. So distance as well. Not sure what kit you have. Yeah, see the motherboard that I had for it, the Z390. Oh my god, it's crap. Um, crap. It's crap. The Z390 board that I had for it. But yeah, you can see all the voltages, but you can only change it up to like very little amount more. 1.35 volts for core, for CPU core, and 1.35 volts for RAM. Now that's it. It's max. So still impressed for how well the 8700K did for overclocking them. And the kit worked pretty good. For a 4DIMM board too. Y Cruncher 4200 CL15 at 1.35 volts is pretty good. Yeah, you would have to have custom spreaders. Are they the new ones that I saw that they came out with, or the last revision? The custom ones would be nice. It's always the contact up top on how you have to design it to hook them together. At least with DDR5, it's only on one side of the RAM stick, so. Yeah, it's the older one, yeah. I left a comment on one of the shorts. They're showing off their new stuff. I'm like, man, that looks good. Looks clean, and then it looks really good. This overall looks good. It looks like the surface area on everything's really good. Contact, everything looked really good on the new stuff. So, let's say something on that. I want to get some pots here. So I've been looking for work. I'm busy, really busy, looking for work and whatnot. Got myself some work boots, which is good. Still haven't found any work though, which really sucks. But yeah, I want to get some pots, LN2 pots. Start off, I'll probably just do dry ice. But get some dry ice and then start doing some better runs. I would like to do a chiller in that, because right now I don't have space for stuff. It's space in the new spot. No space. I was thinking about just getting like a used AC unit and then quickly making something out of it. Just something to chill down some water, right? Well, let's think about doing that. I have a really good design that I want to do for showing people how to do make an AC unit work really, really good for GPU overclocking or CPU overclocking for temp. Nah, I don't need no cooler. I got totes. I just use my totes, set them up, double, triple, like, line them, basically totes with whatever in between. No even need for that, just need to get the AC unit, really. And I have, again, a really, really good way I want to do it. It would be really, really efficient. Yeah. Yeah, I just use totes. I got lots of big totes. Lots of big totes. That way I was doing my chilled water last summer when my room was like 40 degrees Celsius for chilled water. I was only able to do like water temp of like 0 degrees, basically. -1, 0 degrees. But I was able to keep the 1080 Ti at like 500 watts at what? Was it 15 degrees Celsius max? So It was doing really good for that. I just did a double tote setup with a whole bunch of like sheets that I have, thick sheets. Double it up, and it worked really good. I was actually really impressed how well it lasted. We get like 6 hours of runtime almost out of it. It was like 30 or 40 pounds of ice that I had that made up. You can find it. AC units around my place. Not big ones. I don't really need a big one right now. It's something that works. Help keep temps down. 1300K one, especially right now. Like I said, it's working its way up to almost 30 degrees right now. 1300K is hard to keep cool. And GPUs as well. $100? Really? $20. Found a few around here for like $20. I just have no way of going and getting it. And then the larger ones, the like 14,000 BTU ones are $100. They're monsters, man. Don't need that. I've been looking at older ones too, older units, which would be really good because they'll use different. Well, I found some. Depends on the unit. Some of them are using different freons, right? Different refrigerants. So like some are like 600 psi max type deal. Always running around 400 psi. It's like I don't know if I want one of those. That's like what I don't think it was R410A. Something else. I wish I even had $20 to do that, go. Yeah, I think some were R32 as well. Yeah, R410A was like I think the lowest I saw for the R410 is like 550 psi. It's crazy. Yeah, there's a few R22s, but they're really small. They're like small compressors. So I don't want a small compressor. Even if it is R22, because they're high pressure, smaller, and then it's more or less thinking about efficiency wise, how well efficiently I can make it run, how cool I can make it run, because I want to make sure it runs really cool. Yeah, I know it is. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of R22s around. Some 501 I think as well. 501 is only like 300 psi ish, right around there. Yeah, that's why I've really been looking for work. So, because again, I got no travel way either. I could always ask, somebody to drive me, but I don't want to bug them all the time. So it's hard to get stuff around all the time. I guess I moved by hand. Yeah, you can gas swap. Yeah, gas swapping is not bad to do. Just use a better compressor to do it, right? And you generally want a better compressor than what the actual rating of the refrigerant is. That way everything runs better. Generally, I guess it depends on tuning too, but how you have it set up. See, I want like an 8,000 BTU. That's low wattage, like a 300 watt 8,000 BTU would be perfect. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't yet. There we go. It said 3 business days. He said 3 business days. I know it's not. It's Saturday, but I think they do deliver still on Saturdays, don't they? Right? Or am I wrong? Hi, Nugget baby. Hi. Hi. Yeah, so like right now I got the GPU on an open loop in a tote, just on an open loop for testing wise. Heat dissipation, everything keeps a constant temperature, and it doesn't heat up the room that much either, which is good. And then maybe I'll freeze up some ice, a whole bunch of ice. Do some chilled runs for the 770, maybe. Yeah, you'd have to be near vacuum or at vacuum. Well, it's really difficult to get to at like perfect vacuum, but near vacuum is good enough. But you have to go cold. No, they can't deliver that. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, if you had a larger compressor for R410A, technically it could, right? Because you'd have more volume. Yeah, and R22 is also you're not allowed to use it. Might be the best, but technically not allowed to use it. Yeah. No, I definitely hear you on that. Yeah, definitely not the solution. Yeah, just compressors. Yeah. Yes, because they can handle higher pressures, and they can actually put out the volume, even if they're a bit smaller. And they generally are fairly small for what they do. Yeah, well, compressors for doing chilling and that there's multiple steps you got to go. I mean, you can make some very simple setups to go colder than ambient, right? If we go real below zero, it starts taking a bit more. I mean, it's not as difficult as it seems to do. It's more or less how you want to do it type deal. What you're wanting to get out of it type deal. A lot of thinking on that. And then for like GPUs and CPUs too, it's also like modularity onto it. That's why I like the custom water loop type stuff. Because then you can do chilled, basically a chiller if you wanted, right off of a custom water loop. Boom, there you go. You don't have to get anything else for it but a chiller or make your own chiller. And you can go pretty cool with chillers, water chillers. And once you go to like single stage, well, it's more like as soon as you go to dual stage phase change, that's when things get insane. And it's not even like it's a whole lot different. You're just adding on extra cooling component to get the temperatures even lower. And then you can also do multi fit refrigerants as well, right? There's I don't know classification on single stage, dual stage, and what cascade and phase change are, like how the classifications are for them are kind of odd in my opinion on how they have it set up, but it is what it is. I guess. I guess can't argue with them. I guess right. I don't think we can get that cold, buddy. Maybe over on the dark side of the moon. Oh yeah, because you gotta add in right. You gotta add in those heat exchangers. and then add in the water, right? Then once you get rid of the actual chilling the water part, you're removing a whole bunch of components. So that's why a single stage unit is technically easier. But to move the volume of refrigerant that you need for when the load starts, that's when you got to start changing stuff out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, insulate it all properly for everything, and then also make sure you got proper airflow around your compressor, whatever else might get hot too, like your outlets for it, because they can get pretty hot for your oil. There's a lot to take account for it. There is. And then like you might seem like it's fine, it's working good, everything temps seem good, but it's like if you can lower those temperatures, it would technically be a little bit more efficient. Now there are ranges on to where the efficiency can start degrading if you go too cold, but generally the colder you can keep everything, it generally better efficiency you can get out of it, right? So you've had 250-watt load onto it at minus 48. I mean, oil separators are fairly simple, so I mean, you can custom fab one. You just do it out of what do you use for it? Well, what material? So I know you have a 3D printer, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, if you can maybe save some money for future for a custom water loop guy, it would help you out so much more. Because then you can just fill it up with, something that you can just leave outside all year round, basically type deal. Just set yourself up something. You'll never freeze. That's not bad. I mean, 250 watt for me it's nothing. 250 watts, tiny. For me, I need to be able to have something that can hold 800 watts. Well, at least 600. At least minimum 600. Well, so that's why I want to get some pots, do dry ice, because I'll be able to keep it at least whatever I'm running around 700 watts. And I got a bunch of cards that will do that, and have done that quite easily on my water loop, not even chilled. So if I can keep it chilled at low temps, man, my scores are already good. If I can actually, if I can actually keep things cool. I just wasn't able to last year to do chilled GPUs, unfortunately. So that really hurt a lot of my scores last year. I still did really good. All the mods I done to all the GPUs and that have done a lot. Some of the fastest GPUs for those GPUs in the world. So I'm hoping this year I could do some actual chilled runs. And then see if we can beat out some more LN2 runs. That'd be sick. For a lot of my runs on the GPUs, like the 460, 770, not really yet. Ambient, I'm matching chilled water, like chillers, which is really good. Low voltage, so when I do chilled, I'm hoping I can do good. I was able to do 1.6 gigahertz on it, which is good. 2000 is CAD? Yep. Well, 2000 for the custom water loop type deal. I was gonna say not 2000. Yeah, 200-ish. If you can find deals, man, you can with like D5, real D5 pump and resin. You can. Sensors we have at home. You get a compressor for extension. That's pretty good. That's single. That's pretty good. Like that's up there. Minus 55 is up there for 500. Well, you generally test them at around 600 watts, and then I think some of the better ones are 65 for single stage. I think that's about it max. 65-ish. It's around there for single stage. So minus 55, you're up there. Yeah, my water blocks were $6. $6. Shipped to my door. $6 CAD. Nice for a custom water loop. $6 for a GPU custom water loop GPU block, and it works good after everything I've done to it. Oh my god, it works really good. And then the CPU block is $20 from Amazon, one of the cheapest ones. They're like 35 now, but I got mine for 20. And it works really good. Keeps 13900K cool. They had an insane sale. What? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, well, legit is what you need. Yep. I have to go make another coffee here. Gotta make another coffee. Trying to figure out what my next project might be. So, like, what I want to do with the Epower too is get some copper. I'm not sure how thick yet. I'm thinking maybe a 16th thick copper sheet, and then getting all that grounding and making a custom like bordered out copper strip for the grounding for the VRM for the memory, grounding for everything. Go all the way around the perimeter on the front and the back, and then solder it all to the board. And it'll make a really good contact spot for the GPU to the other GPU, the E-Power to the GPU for grounding. And the more cooling capacity. Yeah, you'll need to be able to cool close to 600 watts for i9 for much at all. Again, as soon as you go to i9, you're already automatically at 250 watts right out of the box. Not even doing anything. And good Mobos are not cheap. Z690s, Z790s are not cheap. Well, I mean, they're not, well, they've gone down. They've gone down quite a bit. But still not cheap for a good one, man. Just give me 1 second, make coffee. Oh yeah, some prices are just wild. Absolutely wild. Yeah, all the durables aren't half bad boards. For the price that they're at, they're not bad. They've always been that way too. You won't be able to do a whole lot. Unfortunately, not a whole lot. Oh, I have to go cafe. It's hot. Little Z77 mobile. I like my old Asus Z97. I like it. I just like the way it looks. And the gold that they did with it. Not bad. I don't care for my Z67 Sabertooth. I really don't. It works. It works though, I guess. Stupid plastic covering on all of it for cooling. So dumb. No, I didn't know. Good. Good. Oh. Yeah, auto's no good. Oh, does it? Eco. Eco. Yeah, it'd been fun to play around with one of those, eh? It would. Just say you benched one too. I need more GPUs. That's all I care about. Well, I mean, I'd like some more CPUs too, so I can get some more globals. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. The X3D for the X3D. L4 cache. It's before its time. Before its time. Yeah, and be able to run more of a rare hardware, right? Be awesome. I just want more GPUs and whatnot so I can tear them apart, see how they work, see how much more things have changed. Working on these newer stuff, it's been fun. The main thing that they really did for all this newer stuff, though, for VRM wise, just made everything closer for NVIDIA at least. Made everything closer to the core. That's why we also got smaller PCBs now too. So everything's been clustered up, shifted more generally towards the core. On everything I've checked for the newer stuff, everything's been closer. Everything's closer and closer to the core. Even on the 1070 here, it's pretty close. It's further away than the 770, or closer than the 770. 770 is further away. This is the power, and the core is literally right here, right? So that's when they start shifting more. But right after 10 series, if you check the 20 series and 30 series cards, the VRM's really tight up. Really tight up. Memory's closer too. Hard to show. Everything's closer. Alright. Where they have it set up. It's kind of odd. As you see, the caps are... We got ground going that way. Power this way on the caps. For these 8 phases. And then we got, again, 2 more phases here. I had to take out the 2 caps. I'm going to put them back in eventually. They're 1200 megafarad caps. And then through here, instead of me just going off of ground side and power side, I just went right off of the choke side. Opened up the power plane for that, for the 3070 here, 3070 Ti PCB. Yep. Yeah, everything's closer. Everything's closer. Memory's closer. Memory's not right in front of the... This is everything they've done. So memory's not... Let's see, we have a wider PCB too, right? So this is all VRM. And it's about the same size, alright, as this whole PCB. Now the power goes in on this one here, and then goes all the way over for the VRM. And there's a controller there for it, for these MP288A MOSFETs, I believe, are on this one. And yeah, everything has been shifted. VRM for the core is closer. Memory for the memory controller for the memory chips and the memory on the core is closer as well. It's right here. 2-phase has high side and low side. Older MOSFETs, but these are been pushed closer, so it probably just works really good. Memory is closer to the core. I think like we're talking like half an inch away from the core, versus here where we're like an inch away from the core on the 1070 here. This is for the Win board. Yeah, I should be able to. Depends, right? All depends. Just gotta do some probing. I got a pretty good method now on checking stuff over, whether or not it's could be, if it's good, bad. So I've gotten pretty good at that. Yep, just probing. A lot of probing. That's what I've done with this here too. That's why I got it working. Again, this is why the buck controllers are on here. Powering 3.3 and 12 volt for PCIe. Don't have to even plug it in. You just plug it in the 8 pins here, turn it on, VRM, everything works. Just right now, the way I have it set up, because I have to get some wires soldered onto it for voltage sense. It's at 2.1 volts. So we can go up to 2.1 volts with this controller. So I have to get it to shift down to an idle voltage, or I'll probably have to do a switch or something for it for idle and load voltages. But it should work pretty good once I get it all actually working. It does work. I've had it working. It's just I want to do a lot of cleanup on it, and I know how this will work really. I know how well this will work. It'll work really good because I'm not even really showing it. It's like this will work really good. I know it will for an Epower once it's all actually said and done. I know it's gonna work really good. Again, it's nice thick PCB for one. Good grounding onto it. Alright, good grounding. All on the Epower alone. So once we get this hooked up to a card, and I've already tested it, works pretty good. Adding the grounding, good power plane from this board to whatever I'm going to power with it, this could be really good. really new, efficient MOSFETs. Very quick. What was, I think it was around 370 kilohertz right now. Around 370 kilohertz switching frequency. Not bad. Again, this board here it's a monster VRM on it, so so yeah, it should work pretty good. But a lot of cleanup onto it, basically components, mask off a whole bunch of stuff off of it. Probably cut off the actual PCIe. You don't need it anymore. Probably cut it off. Trim up whatever I can. Get rid of the actual HDMI and display port off of it. Clean up as much grounding area as I can on the back side. Maybe even the front side too. Clean up as much as possible. More or less. Mask off everything that I need masked off. You know, it's not really an issue for me, but just because I want to be able to maybe try it on different boards and that. And it's all in all, it's not like it's heavy, which is good. And then once I start taking stuff off, it'll make it lighter. So that's why this will work really good. I think it will eventually. Does work, but not great. What do you mean bad output? It's generally like if you have, like your display port or whatever. So what you're talking about? And backplate's not gonna hurt much. Generally doesn't. They usually get to the mounting points here. So red stripe. That's memory. Well, doesn't have green at all. Sounds like memory though. A reflow could help maybe. Yeah, with the display ports, you generally don't get any display, or it could just give you like a black and white, little bit of black and white. Not like that kind of artifacting for your display. Red, green, generally is memory. Sometimes it could be core, but could also just be caused by the controller acting up. Need to clean. Controller could be going. Some controller for it could be going, giving less voltage. Or a reflow. Oh, yeah. No, it needs a reflow. Probably bad grounding for the memory chips. Probably needs a reflow of memory chips. Yep. Because generally when you're starting off with voltages might be a bit higher on the memory when you're starting off before the driver loads. As soon as the driver loads, it puts in the voltage for the driver, whatever the card is. And yeah, it could lower the voltages. Yeah, probably need some good TLC then. Check over voltages. Check all the rails first, more or less. See if everything's right around where they should be. A little bit off is fine, but as soon as you go like 50 millivolts off, then sometimes some controllers don't like it. Other controllers don't mind it. Depends on the controllers or on the board. But on a lot of older cards I've been finding is, yeah, a reflow. Reflow, generally bad grounding, cracked BGA, old solder. 1.3 volt idle. Give it no load line. That's why I've been doing a lot of messing around with different controllers too, is doing manual load lines on stuff. Not really caring about what the VRM necessarily is doing, because the VRM to your core should be a little bit different. Your VRM might be at like 1.2 volts, but your core is only at 1.15 volts, or 1. Some cards are terrible. 1.1 volts, 100 millivolt difference. And I care about load line on the actual core. So when I go on the load, VRM will go up to keep the load line for the core to only go down to whatever I have it set at. And that's what I did with the Epower, the 1070. It's at a 25 millivolt droop at 1.4 volts. No, don't get toaster oven out. Bad idea. No, 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 no. Yeah, so I actually used a toaster underneath this 3070 here to help with the hot air to remove the core nicely. And it did. It worked really good. The only thing is, I don't have to worry about certain caps on the backside here. And I had thermometer checking temperature. I only needed to help keep the board around 100 C. So that way, when I had the hot air on the core, it was not half bad, actually. But yeah, I did. I mean, toaster's fine, but you gotta set it up proper. You gotta make more or less these can caps. Yeah, ooh, boy. As soon as one goes, you don't have any time. More will start going. Tantalums can burn out. MLCCs you don't really need to worry about. You gotta remember MLCCs. Why MLCCs? Multi-layer ceramic caps are so well for temperatures. They're made at like crazy temperatures. You gotta remember that they're made at crazy temperatures. So of course they can handle high temperature just fine. But everything else, yeah, you gotta watch them temperatures, man. Plus, if you use something like that, you wouldn't be able to get direct temperature where you need it. So that's why I wouldn't suggest doing something like that. That's why hot air gun works good. I got a pretty good method on some boards. Again, I like the EVGA, so it's been, you always got to worry about the super thick PCB type thing. So I got a good method for reflowing, even removing them. That's why all this GDDR6X memory I have still, it should still be good. So I still have it just in case I need it for future. Just need to reball it. Reball it with some leaded solder. And I could even redo this. I just don't like this. Was a really good card. I just don't. I don't like it. I've never liked this PCB. I can't. I can only run it on that specific air cooler. Couldn't run it on water at all. It did very well. It kept up with chilled water runs on air, but since I couldn't put it on water, I mean, it hindered my performance on this card big time. So I would like to be able to maybe in the future get a different card that I know for sure I can put a water block onto it. At least a water block I want to use for it, not a custom one that's going to cost a fortune. Because yeah, the water blocks for these were like $400. Hell no. Hell no. Just need a water block. Cold air on the memory is good enough. We're talking cold air. Cold Canadian air on the memory. It would have been fine. Yeah, since everything was laid out like this, VRM right here, caps right in the way. I've already removed right here on this side here the fan headers, but those were in the way too if I had to do that. Stupid distance for the actual cooler, so I would have had to make a custom fitting for the water block. After removing everything, basically, that would have helped scores. Like caps, and I could have reversed them, but what a pain. Yeah, after the core went on to it, trying to make it into a really nice E-Power, since I've already learned off the NCP81274 controller, which is a newer controller. everything's got to be set up right, basically. On these controllers, same thing on this one here. This one's easy. Let's give it the voltage for down here for now, because I haven't cut it in half or anything like that. It's just going to stay as is, so it's fairly easy on this one to get it set up. And then get it all set up for what switching frequency I want it. Again, idle voltages, stuff like that. Load line. It's all in the works. Yeah, these controllers are newer. They need certain things to be done for them. Not like the older cards where you're just a lot simpler. Yeah, this one here I just use for spare parts. Got ton of caps I could still use off of it. Spare controller if I ever need it. Everything else, I've already used some resistors because what I did on the other card was change a whole bunch of resistors out so that way I can use certain size potentiometers to make it easier for if I want to take it off, use that Epower on a different graphics card, makes it easier for voltage control. And this one's still kind of set up the same as that. So what I want to do too is completely remove everything off of it and then have it set up where the controller is here, since everything's in the way, and then I'll have this always angled anyways. Yeah, I know you can't even see. But yeah, everything here. Focus. So yeah, everything here. Everything's on this back side that I really need. Everything, literally everything I need for doing everything. So all this side here is feedback, basically, for feedback mod. I don't have any potentiometers for that. That could help maybe, but I did it all voltage sense. Everything's voltage sense off of that, and then yeah, so everything's off the back side here. What I want to do is, because I have it set up somewhat similar, is set it up so that way I put pins soldered to the pads, and then I'll epoxy layer everything down solid, so that way I can just connect everything from the Epower. So we'll just connect it all from Epower with pins, with really thin pins, basically. Make everything clean, very much more modular, basically too. Just because I want to change anything around, make it a lot nicer, make it more custom. I don't think I have. I don't think I have there. No. They must be custom PCBs. They would have to be custom PCBs. And what I'll do as well, again, I got a whole bunch of spots like over here, down here, over here, already shaved off on the E-Power. I'll shave off every spot on the outside, maybe even on the inside, and then use copper, connect everything together. Some copper plates, solder it all down to the board, give it a nice look, and good spot for soldering grounding. And actually, there's methods to do the grounding too for distributing it properly throughout the whatever you're working on. Like it's called star pattern. I think just going around, basically attach everything together will suffice. Some early deal. Yeah, they'd be custom DDR3 PCBs then, right? Pin layout on the bottom would be the same, but the pin layout on the chip side would be different. It might be, but you might be able to find. Who knows? I haven't seen any. And yeah, same thing with backside too. What I'll do is I already got a whole bunch of spots already shaved down, but I'll shave down as much as I can on the outside, whatnot, and then add a whole bunch of copper for grounding. Yeah, I think too, I have right here is the power plane. So all this right here is power. All this shaved away. This section here, I wasn't even showing it. This whole power plane, you can see the outline. That's all power. And that's the only thing I gotta worry about. And the other board there too, I still gotta remove a couple memory chips off of it. And then I'll probably mask off everything that's not gonna be ground. Mask off everything off of it as well. Same on this side too. Alright, so I'll mask it all off. Just because it'll be tossed around probably a lot. Different boards and whatnot for testing wise. Might as well keep it solid. And it is solid as is now. So I'd like to make it even better, which would be nice. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this PCB the way it is right now, even though this one doesn't work at all. I'll keep this one here. I've already removed all the caps and added on to the other board too. 14 caps. I had to add on 4 extra caps in total because of the bare pad. So I had to add on what I had. 14, 20, 28 total. It's crazy, 28. And on I forgot how much total there is. It's around 40,000 microfarad total-ish of caps for the GTX 770 and for the Epower. And that's what I wanted to do. More or less, the Epower itself needs to be beefy, basically, for capacitor-wise. And then you do more on whatever that PCB that you're putting it onto, like the 770 there. It just needed bigger caps, more or less, because of distance for the core and that. More caps, bigger caps, seem to help more than smaller caps on the 770. So, and that depends, I guess, on some cards too. With the 770, beefier caps, better. At the core, do MLCCs, but for VRM, don't do MLCCs. I did like 100 MLCCs because it was originally all MLCC at the VRM, and I took them all off and then added on the other caps. Wasn't enough, so figured it wasn't enough, so I added on those bigger caps. Basically doubled, almost tripled the capacitance at the VRM side of the GTX 770, but way better. Yeah, it would be. Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking about doing with this. And that's the thing. This is not much bigger. It's thinner too. It's thinner. It's not much bigger. Oh wait, there. Not much bigger, man. 610. I have a 610. I have a 4650. Oh, actually, the 4650 would be really good. Oh, yeah, hold on. I don't know if you're... Yeah, so this is the... I'm going to start talking a lot again now. But yeah, this is the back of the GTX 770. It's EVGA GTX 770 SC. Nothing fancy. This is the VRM here. More caps, the better. So how they're soldered on is solder wick. A lot of solder and solder wick right here. I stood them up on width end, and then soldered down to the board, and then soldered all these caps. So this right here is ground side. This side here is power side. A couple of low ESR Panasonics. Should have put more, but I don't have a whole lot of them. But what I want to do in the future too, with this GTX 770, probably like after I even take off the E-Power, I'll mod this up more because the grounding's bad on this board, and the VRM, it needs more capacitance. Like these are 6.3 volts, even though they don't need to be. I can use 2 volts if I wanted, 2.5 volt, but 6.3 volts. And these are 1,000 microfarad each, but I need more. So I'll probably scratch away some more. What if this even goes through? I don't think it goes through. I know I can widen out the path, then just add this over to the other side of the VRM to complete it, and then even extend it out further to add as much capacitance as I can. Maybe even get some 2000 microfarad caps, as many as I can, because that's what this card wants. This GTX 770, it wants that. At the board, Gibby! Oh, I guess we gotta go back further. So yeah, here at the board, after adding those caps on, this is power side. Soldered these, and this is fairly thick. A lot of solder. Like these are pretty solid. Pretty solid. This is power. So based on the power plane, it goes straight to these caps here. And then this is the ground side. It goes to just the ground. This ground plane's all right here. This main ground plane, and it slowly goes to. I think there's nothing. There's no disturbance. No extra millivolts in this ground plane here. So it must be like very lightly put on for a ground plane, because as soon as we go to right here and a little bit further down to here, there's nothing in the ground plane, which is crazy. Yeah. With all this done though, I've cleaned this up quite a bit since then. So yeah, this Epower, boom, on there. This is different. This is not how it looks now. Blah, blah, blah. Go. So after all said and done, beforehand, this is for voltage sense. I put it at the VRM at this time here. I guess I didn't show this, but show this before. This is before I even had more set up, as in I extended this ground plane here out with a plate. This right here is not working right now. This is for controlling voltage, for voltage sense. Then I changed this out because I changed out resistors for it eventually, but yeah. Twisting the wires together for your voltage sense is a good idea. Going to the VRM was a bad idea. Just because the grounding terrible, so the droop was terrible. Just because voltage sense negative takes on that ground plane voltage, and then it adds it on to the actual voltage of it. So the droop was just terrible. It's just terrible. It worked pretty good though. Worked pretty good. And then this is what I did with the VRM. Just added, one slightly crooked one, but I beefed up the crap out of the power plane here with solder wick, and just layered, I think it's 5 layers of solder wick and a whole lot of solder on that. And then I also tripled the ground plane side up. Made sure I kept all this clean, this area. Well, I don't care about the memory, but this right here is PEX. I want to get PEX working. It's not working. I haven't tested it, see if it is getting voltages for the controller. Should be fine. Should. And I should just be able to add on 1.8 volts for the enable pin like the memory controller, and I'll be able to get PEX working. Fairly easy to do. I gotta remove this capacitor. That capacitor is for core for some reason. Yep. Yeah, on the older cards, yeah, it's not bad for, especially older, cheaper cards. Not bad. Some, it's always going to be the legacy benchmarks. It's going to give you points too, because those haven't been tested since like 2012, 2013. Maybe some benches at 2015. I think there are some, but most of them are 2012, 2013. No, those competitions have been held, but then it'd only be certain benchmarks too. Yeah, before. But it's 28, 330 microfarad tantalums. All flowed there. That's before. This is what it is now. Solder. This doesn't really do anything. Really doesn't. This one piece here and this one piece here did something. Adding this over to there didn't do anything. But yeah, the plan is get bordered around a nice plate here of copper, all soldered together, so the whole ground plane's all connected together throughout this with a whole copper plate. Make it look really good, easy solder. And then ground plane soldering to another card, make it easier too, because I can solder wherever I want, basically onto it. Then the back side, I'll do the same thing on the back side of the board. Is on this. Yeah, this helped out a bit. Not much, but it did help out a bit. It's a VRM to the core, as you can see. It's a distance. That's a distance. So we're losing quite a bit of voltage droppage from VRM to core on the 770. I'm pretty sure a lot of them are too. So they're not close to the core. At this point right here, this is basically all it really needed though. And then just maybe thicken stuff up. Oh, that's right, I doubled it up. No, I did triple it up because I added on extra. Yeah. Yeah, the pack should be easy to get working. Should. I'm not saying it's going to be. But everything else that I checked too, it's just a enable pin. And then for some things, not go into it because it... On the other side of this board, so here, right, where it's cut off here, on the other side here, on the top, there's another 5-volt rail. And I'm not sure what exactly that 5-volt rail is really going to. I didn't really care. I only cared about the VRM side, so I only did really more research on VRM side. I don't care if there's another 5-volt rail on the other side of the board, but it probably was part of enabling stuff, because everything from the PCIe was taken care of and whatnot, but it still wasn't. So I had to figure that out. And then for memory, I've already checked it. There's just no voltage for enable pin. Enable pin 1.8 or 3.3 volts. And basically every single controller on this board is enable pin can be either 1.8 volt or 3.3, which is wild. Like basically, I don't know if they thought of that or why they did that, but basically every single component. Universal 1.8 or 3.3 for enable. Crazy, crazy. Oh yeah, I'd mod the crap out of it. That's why I wasn't really too worried when the 3070 Ti core died on me. Cracked the core actually, because then I could learn more about the PCB. I've already learned quite a bit about it, but basically all the newer card PCBs are basically like this. The new controllers got really good fundamental on the new controllers, on what's really needed. Now on cards, it's all about like not exactly the voltage. It's you gotta make sure the currents to the core quickly, efficiently, no transients, no like it's gotta be real steady. Load line, you'd have to be able to tune load line a bit on it. But as soon as you start putting up voltage a little bit on newer cards, the wattage is wild. Like it's wild. It's wild. When you do no power limit mod on like a 30 series card, that automatic and no power limit mod, it really depends on the card too, what you have to do for no power limit mod to get full no power limit mod. Because of MVDD, it also can do a limit. It'll limit the card. So I guess it depends on the card. For making sure you're not hitting any power limits, and you only have to worry about voltage limits. This 3070 Ti was hitting probably around 800 at 1.1 volts. Not even extra voltage. Steady 1.1 volts. No power limit. Like seriously, we're at 1590. Yeah. But at 5090, man, you're talking. You can go up in wattage very quickly. I mean, I don't even think you'd be able to do 1.2 volts on a 5090 if it's properly done. There's no way. And also 5090s. I'm pretty sure on 5090s, you can't go that cold with them. Not unless they figured out some things with it, but from what I've seen and heard on 5090s, you can't go cold. Like minus 40, minus 60 maybe. And then once you start putting power into it, we're talking like 1400 watts probably, maybe even more. 2000 watts. Even if you're using some, I don't know, who knows what you're using for chilling, the temperature's going to go up. Once you're at that, once you're at 800 to 1000 watts, that's when you really need cooling. So you got to keep that temp down. Who knows what benchmark too? Some benchmarks are really long. But yeah, even just a 3070 Ti, man, will do like 800 watts. I'm pretty sure a 3080 and 3070 Ti with a 3080 they're fairly close with wattage once they're done up the same way. I'm pretty sure a 3080 is around 850-ish watts with no power limit, like fully no power limit mod. Yeah, this 3070 Ti is around 800 after no power limit. So doubled up for the 12 volt pins here, and for haven't taken them off. So on the back side, 12 volt there, so that was doubled up at one point. I had to take it off. The 8 pins here. What else did I have to do? I only did a pencil mod on something because I know I had to do it for. Oh, that's right. No, I didn't. I only had to do a pencil mod. So just basically just wipe a bunch of pencil lead all over this resistor here, and that's all I actually needed to make sure I wasn't hitting power limit for this 12 volt down here for 12 volt in, because you will hit a power limit on 12 volt in if you don't do it, especially on 3070 Ti's. I think most of the issues with 3070 Ti's. Not sure if it's on 3080s, but you have to. It's not really even showing. Well, sorry, I haven't streamed in a while, so right here, the shunt here, you have to either you have no choice but to mod that as well. Pencil mod worked just fine. Like I hefty did it did it up to do no power limit. If you don't though, on some cards, and I'm pretty sure a lot of it's on 3070 Ti cards. I don't think it's on 3080s. It depends on the card. But yeah, if you don't, it will still hit a power limit. You have to do the 212 volt in, and then on some cards you have to make sure you do the extra one here. There's an extra shunt. That's for MVDD, and you have to make sure you do that as well. I think all I did was pencil modded that as well. It's just mostly cleaned up now because it's been cleaned up. This whole board's been cleaned up. Maybe it needs no power outside of the car. Yeah, this one here still could be a lot of work. What I would have to do basically is take off, because it's just hot glued. What I want to do, especially with the Epower 2, not this one, but basically the same thing, is because of these buck controllers soldered, or not soldered, hot glued on for now. What I want to do is take it off and then just peel off the hot glue. It's actually not too hard to peel it off for how I have it set up. Done it many times. This was covered up in it as well, nice and clean. Peel them up and then actually use like high temp, like RTV silicone or something like that. So that way, if I ever want to do more soldering on the board, I don't have to worry about the hot glue melting away and it moving all over the place and causing chaos. So that's what I need to do as well. Same thing with this. And this right here is the same thing. Just desolder in certain connection points. Probably just all on the controller here. Leave everything else. And then just peel up the hot glue. Really is fairly easy to do. Peel that up. RTV these back down. Probably mask off anything I don't need to worry about. Just mask it off with masking. And then heat sink for VRM. I'll probably just cut it out of the heatsink for the card. I'll probably just do that, just cut it right out, and it's crazy. It's actually pretty wild. I'll even do it for the memory as well, because memory does work. So I'll even do it for the memory as well. But it is actually pretty wild. VRM heatsink, pretty thick. Can even just connect it from here to here. So it's already got connection points for it. So heatsink's pretty sick. Be a pain. It'll just be a pain to cut it out, basically. But it'll be really good. Yeah, get this thing set up just like an Epower. And we'll throw it on. We'll throw it on something like a GT610 or even maybe the 4650. Because it's tiny. I think it's a single phase too. If I remember. It's oh no, I already got it all modded. Nah, well, I mean I got it all modded already. It's got everything. Yeah, it's got everything. All on a single VRM for core, single VRM for memory. I think my GT610 is a dual phase. Yes, it is DDR2. I think there's a couple points in it, right? I could be wrong on that. It's quickly done. That's why I cleaned it all up. Made it look like that. Made it look a lot nicer. And then this right here. So the chokes and the caps. What I want to do is make a custom heatsink and then attach it to this right here. And then up here is memory here, and then I can add the two memory chokes inductors onto it anyways, and then that will give me power to it once I enable the enable pin on the controller, yeah, whatever. But as you can see, this does not get, this one MOSFET for the memory doesn't get touched, even though it probably doesn't need it. Like, it probably runs really cool. What I want to do again is, like, when I do the border around with the copper, is like make a little, basically attach it to this here, like epoxy welded or something like that, and then add a thermal pad to that. That way it gets cooled. I don't know. We'll see. Or just like a copper pad to this here, or aluminum or whatever. Probably aluminum. This is aluminum. Do aluminum to this. Just make it extend it. Maybe do the same thing for out here, and then add on a heat sink to keep this cool as well. The fan, I have it just set up. I just cut two wires, or just basically, cut two wires onto it. It runs full bore at all times. Because this right here would be generally, it's censored by the controller. So if VRM gets warmer, but it doesn't work anymore, so it just like turn on, turn off, turn on, turn off, basically. So I just cut the two wires for sensing, and it's full bore. It stays cool. And I'm pretty sure I'm around 400-ish watts, maybe a little bit more on the 770 doing the overclocking, and it's cool. It runs cool. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, there's some points in the 4650. Some points. I think the 5650 is better, but yeah. But it is what it is. The DDR2 model for the 4650 is not bad. What I want to do on that 4650 though is switch out the damn memory chips. So I need to get some stencils. I need to get stencils and BGA balls so that way I can reball, take off those memory chips off of the 4650 and replace them with the better ones that I have that do better overclocking at lower voltages. All I have to do is just probably desolder one resistor on the board for the memory, for the straps, and then just switch it over to different pads. Generally all I have to do. Fairly easy to switch over memory chips. It's like right now I'm at what, 2 point what volts on the memory? 2 point what? I don't know. It's pretty high voltage on the memory. And the other DDR2 that I had was 2.1 volts, I think it was, and it overclocked so well on those chips. So maybe I'll want to do that in the future. Switch over those. Switch over the VRAM ICs. GT610 is not bad. It's got good memory chips on it. It's front and back though. It kind of sucks on it. Sucks for cooling wise. To figure out something for cooling basically. Not like it really needs it that much, but when I'm gonna mod it, because I'm gonna go all out on it too. Everyone. It's a fun little one to do. They had a competition on it. That's why I want to do it too, see how far I could push it on water. That's more or less why I learned on the like adding on extra power source, like 12-volt source. Because the PCIe slot won't handle the wattage. What I want to do still on the cards that I've done is add on a cap, add on a cap for it, just just in case. The 4650, I'm wondering if the 4650 would benefit from, because the 4650 I have is only a 3-phase, right? It's only a 3-phase. I mean, it's got all the mods. It's got all the mods. Everything you can think of has been done to that card. I mean, it works pretty good. At what water temp? I think it was at 10C water temp. I was almost able to do 1.1 gigahertz onto it, so it's not bad. Over 920 kilohertz switching frequency though. 2-core 1 mem. That's it. Are you sure? Take a picture and send it on Discord to me. You could have doublers. Because mine's just the cheap EVGA GTX 460 single fan, cheap one. I blew up that VRM already once. Had to replace MOSFETs on it. Done every freaking mod I could to it. Glad it was a high side MOSFET. Easy to replace, just replace with one better. The same RDNS on. Same on time, boom. That's all you really need. If it's better, perfect. Don't do worse. You could technically do it, but it's best you do better with about the same RDNS. Same on time. More or less what you gotta worry about. Wait, how fast were you able to get your 460? Were you almost able to do 1 gigahertz? Ah, I want to see, because you got a few cards that are pretty good. For stock wise. As in, not half bad. 460. Next page. Nope. Hey, what? Where is it? I lost my mouse. I need to get a new mouse. I've tried to fix it up. Just put the... Where's your 4... Wait. Where's your 460? Do you have nothing posted with it? Have you not ran it yet? I don't see it. Oh, HD 4650. Oh. My bad. Yeah, there's DDR2 as well. Oh, wait, mine's a 5650. Not 4650. Mine's a 5650. Yeah, I haven't any post anything with it yet. Ah, I need to bench it. I think I have scores saved somewhere. Maybe I don't. I have a couple with the 610, but that's more or less other benches. Ah, I haven't even done anything with it yet. I've done a lot of testing, but nothing with it yet. Same thing with the 90 500 GS. One core, yeah, that's I'm pretty sure what they are. One core, one mem, most of the time. And then TI. Looking. Taking your sweet time, eh? Really want to get another 8600 GT DDR2. Oh, I was gonna say it was taking so long. Yeah, looked like doubled. It just doubled on the core. Yeah, one core, one mem. Yeah, so yeah, double high, double low side. Yeah, what I have to do with mine for my water block is bend the bottom tabs up. That's why I modified the water block when I got it. Cut the ends off. Fits more GPUs now. Then you can bend the tabs on it. Wish I could show it, but yeah, bend the tabs to the bottom so that way you can go over the PCIe slot and still give good mounting pressure. Same thing with this GT610. And then you got with the motherboards that I have, and used, they got the really thick PCIe slot, the really thick stuff, the armored, the really thick ones. Oh my god. So you have to bend the tabs up really far on the bottom, just so it slides in nice. And so you can get mounting pressure. The 9500 GS isn't as bad. The 8600 wasn't too bad, but yeah, those really small form factor ones, oh my god. Yeah, you would. Mounting AIO is annoying, or mounting a GPU block is annoying on them. Then with the 770 as well, I got the GTX. I could mod the memory IC heatsink from the EVGA AIO. I could mod it to fit my water block. Just need to cut out a little bit of it, and then it would work, I think. And then it would mount. It'd probably work for a bunch of different GPUs, mounting wise. And I could just use some spacers maybe to make it work better on some, so it's not as tight. But and then check out different thermal pads, but I'm going to test it out. That way I have some sort of cooling for the memory chips, whatever I put it on. We'll see. I might make it modular. We'll see. Where did I put the one? One sec here. There. So this. So I'd have to just cut out a little bit, or basically remove these here, or get close to it, and I can mount this onto, like, the way the water blocks are done. It's the thickness, so would be able to just put this on the water block, mount the water block all together, and it'll hold on to it. And then I'll just have to worry about the memory pad thickness more or less. I like these memory pads because these are like the reusable ones. They don't get, they're not super sticky at all. They compress well, so I like the ones that are on it. I just gotta clean up the thermal paste, but yeah, I've done some testing. I'm like, it could work. And then all I have to do, technically too, is just maybe drill out the holes just a little bit. And then drill other holes through the plate. And I could fit other GPUs that are the same memory layout. This already works for 1070, 1080, EVGA 1070, 1080. I'm pretty sure 980 and the 700 series as well. This fits the 700. I've already tested on it. Fits nice. Memory. Perfect. Yeah, the broomstick horsepower mod, yeah. But it's not connected to anything. Yeah, at least I'd have some cooling. And that's what I made my power from the VRM from the Epower to the 770, and just what I'll use probably for a bunch of different GPUs. I just cut these tabs off and then cut, because this one was short, so I cut these two tabs off because they're long, and I cut it up and then made it work. Same length. All of them are exact same length, bent the same slight angle on them. That's what I use. Pretty thick copper. Works pretty good for power. Figured I'd use it. Good idea to do it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I can mod this up to work on a bunch of different GPUs for cooling the memory. Yeah, besides that, I'm not sure what else I should do. Until I get the 960. Adrenalift. Adrenalift? The hell is it? Oh, it's extra. Ooh. That looks like it'd be really good for the 9000 series then. It does, yeah. Lots of little tweaks you can do to it. Way more control. That's awesome they got that working, to be honest. I mean, just like doing the Vega cards, but on 9000 series. I'm pretty sure you'd be limited on voltage, but still. Not like you need a lot of voltage with it, but it does help a little bit. It's more or less the the curve. It's so odd on AMD, man. The testing I've done on them. There's a Vega card. It's like likes the extra voltage, but you gotta you have to have the boost table set proper. Yeah. increase. Man, some people have some really stupid questions. Oh my god. Why do I read this stuff? Oh yeah. It's all on the same kind of aspect though. It's just you gotta it's done differently, right? It's all on power plays for mostly everything for AMD. It's everything's digital, right? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that anything below 980 was limited, no matter what software you used or whatever you used to try to help it. I'm pretty sure you have to hard mod anything below 980 for any kind of voltage. I could be wrong on that. I could be wrong. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's anything below 980. Mm. Pretty sure with the 980 you still have to use certain softwares. Then unless you have like classified card, right? And then you gotta have specific card. As soon as you get it classified, that's when things change because you can just use EVGA software for all that. Switching frequency, PEX, voltage control, feedback limiter. Yep. And then like I've shown on the older AMDs, ASUS GPU tweak is a way to make it work and then keep increasing limit. You'll have a limit right off the bat, but if you raise everything, apply it, set everything up set proper, and then apply the overclock, close it, or you open it, you'll have a higher limiter. You keep overclocking and overclocking. I don't use it. I use MSI Afterburner. I just set if I use if I mean depends what benchmark, but I haven't been using LOD right now. But yeah, it's generally just set the NVIDIA Inspector LOD, close everything out, MSI Afterburner. That way I can have good monitoring on it. Don't have to worry about the older NVIDIA Inspector too. It's might not read things proper. I know with the Afterburner it reads proper. Yeah, that would be good. All those benches you saw are on my daily. I need to get. I need to find. I need to go through some of my stuff. I need to find my other NVMe drive. Need to find my other NVMe drive and do some benchmarking on it because it's ready to go. I just need to clear some more bloat out of it. Clear things I don't need, and it's basically ready to go though. Yeah, yeah, that was easy. I was like, man, it's stupid. It doesn't work. I'm following what it wants, and I watched the video. I'm like, it doesn't work that way, and I just tried this. I'm like, oh, that was just. Oh, okay. I gotta do it in 2 spots. Hey, LOD worked. Sweet. I can rerun some benchmarks for the Vega card. Proper LOD on it since it's one of the fastest Vega 56 cards in the world. I'm hoping I can actually get up a bit further in some placements. Maybe get close or maybe beat out one LN2 run. I think I can beat out one LN2 run. If I could run it chilled, good LOD, good windows, because I haven't done it yet. I think I can. It's top 3 or 4 in the world for speed wise. Yeah, you do. Then I got that those older AMD cards benched. I I thought I did some scores with it. Apparently not. I got them benched. Dang. Bench those up. So they're ready to go. The 9500 GS, I'll run more benches on it just to get it out of the way. It's ready to go too. Bunch of things I got ready to go. I just need to throw it on the water block. Things I can do for the end of the year. I mean, it's not like they're gonna give me any kind of points, but hardware wise. And I still gotta run the 5650, the Xeon 5650, chilled, because I ran it on cold air and it was a monster. So on chilled water this year, it should do really good. It should give me some decent points. Man, I gotta write out a list of stuff I gotta run. Yes, specific cards though, and benchmarks. Not like that. It's a whole lot of points, and you have to mod the absolute snot out of them. Like that 8600 GT. You had to run the card over 2 volts no matter what on the core. No matter what. I mean, you have no choice. Yeah, like the 9800 GT, 9600, 8600 GT, 8800. Yeah. Yeah, the 8600, no choice, man. That's why I blew up the VRM on it, because it's just a crappy little lowly single phase, even though I had it all modded way up. And I knew, I even called it on that live stream. I'm like, this is where things right here, like right about now. As soon as I said that, shut off, and when I tried to turn it back on, MOSFET, yeah, it was a MOSFET. And that destroyed everything else on whatever. So I couldn't get it working. I tried. I placed so much onto it, just couldn't get it working. At least you can get them fairly cheap. 8600s. They're worth good points on a few benches. The 200 series, like the 260s. 265s, you know. The whole 200 series is good. Good for points, especially 260. 260 and 260 like 216. Good points. And you'd be able to do it. Because you can mod them, right? You can BIOS mod them. 4070 I think is worth some decent points. I know 4080 is worth some points, but yeah, try. You gotta just to get some points out of it. It's gonna be hard. They gotta be modded. I'm pretty sure you can do it with the 260 though. 260 or even the 200 series. Be a lot easier for you. And 480s. They're not, wow. You can't even say the Grill Edition. 600 series is the Grill Edition. Yeah. Check out the benches, especially for what I did with 216, or the 260 216 that I had, with simple mod on it, which I'm pretty sure you should be able to. Just BIOS mod for voltage. And where's my 216 or 260? Where's my 260? There it is. I didn't even bench all the benches. But I got 132.6 pointer just for 3D Mark 2001 SE, and I ran it at stock CPU. So 5.5 gigahertz on core, just stock CPU. So I'm pretty sure you'll be able to. Yeah. Good points in it. Not hard points either. Well, that's good. It shows skill. Probably around 3. Yeah, I remember that it also runs off of 220. Yeah, but then shipping. Shipping's gonna be, buddy. Buddy. Shipping will be brutal. Wow. Yeah. Yep, and they're not light, man. They're not light. Even no fluid. They're not light. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I said. Yeah, 14 to 2400. And you're saying US probably price, not even Canadian. So that's why I said 3 grand. At least 3 grand. You're not equating US to CAD version and also shipping. Oh, it's 110. What is it, like 600 or 800 watts, like full load type deal? Of course, it'll settle down, but yeah, our dollar sucks. Yeah, that's why I suggested what, a month ago or so. That's why I said 110 volt would be better to do, but it depends. Again, that would depend your limits on what you're able to cool. 220 is way more efficient too. 110 does work. You can cool some alright stuff. Yep. Yep, yeah. I'm out of coffee. Damn it. 8 to 1K, yeah. I pull 600 all day on just colder water on a bunch of my GPUs, just my GPUs, not even my CPU. Add them both together, I'll be pulling 12, 1400 watt. Right now, my CPU is plugged into a different outlet on a different PSU. My GPU is plugged in onto a different outlet on a different PSU. Yeah, I'd like to be able to do some more cooling on the 1300K so I can pull more. I can pull about 600, and then, yeah, GPUs 600-ish. A little more, but yeah, it's fun. Sure, it's, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, a lot of things have changed too. A lot of things have changed too over even just the past 10 years for that shit, man. Efficiency wise. That's why I say certain things and try to do certain things and save money on things because some things aren't needed. That's why you can make a pretty good chiller out of just like a window shaker if you set it up proper. Make it fairly efficient too. And it's more or less about the volume of water at some point, right? Nah. I mean, you'd probably have to go to almost three LN2 for 300 watts for your like. Oh well, 14,600 maybe. Not your 12,600 though. Yeah, I like to be able to at least get one. At least an 8,000. A nice 8,000 would be good. There's a bunch of them around my place that are like, we're talking massive window shakers. Massive. Like 150-pound window shakers. 14, 16,000 BTU window shakers. It's like, man, I don't have a window to put that in, and to build the chiller out of it, like they're like 1,000 watts. Just for the, they're like 1,000 fucking watts, man. So the 8,000s, at least you can get them around 300 watt, at least for the 8,000 BTU. It's more or less I want a decent size, like the way they have the fins and set out for the actual cooling. I want a decent size, not small. Yeah, it could do more, but yeah, you need a lot more chilling, man. A lot more. Like max temp 30C type shit. Keep it below zero would be nice, but yeah, you have to get more cooling for that. Wild. Yeah. The 1.5 volts a lot. Yeah, the older ones. Yeah, those 16, they're wild. Yeah, it was like, it's probably 1,000 watts at least. They're huge, dude. Massive, massive compressors in them. Yeah, they're around my place. They're asking for 100 for them. A bunch of people are. I just got no way to move it, and then I'd rather use a smaller one, a little more easier for me and manageable for me right now. Yep, yeah. Basically around 1,200 watts, around close to your max for 110 for most units, around 1,200. But yeah, most of those 14, 16 K are 900 to 1,000 watts. The U-shaped ones? You talk about those split design window shakers? I don't know if those would be good. I thought about it, but I was like, looking at them, like, I don't know about that actually. Easier just with an older window shaker. Then what I would want to do is make like a plate for it, for where it actually cools on the coils, get rid of the fins, the aluminum fins, and add plate copper piping to it. Make it so that way the water goes through for your GPU or CPU goes straight to the cooling. You could even add like a reservoir to it as well, but wouldn't even really be needed. Especially if you get like a 300 watt one, it's not like it's a whole lot of wattage either. Just leave it going for a benchmark type deal. Yeah, they hang low. Yeah, Wonder why it freezes. Yeah, yeah. I just don't think it'd be great for the way I would want to set it up. Oh. Just removing some of the safety. Yep. Works. Yeah, that's why I look at older ones. Yep. Yeah, at least the copper ones, they got some flex onto them. You could even just warm them up a bit too. And help flex them and not make them so brittle. They're not like super hot, but at least they have some flex with the copper ones. Yeah, newer ones, they got timers for shut off and defrost. Doesn't have a defrost, it frees up. You took out the temp probe, right? So runs cooler for longer, but also freezes up. Brutal. Brutal. No, no. Maybe minus 20. Yeah, for the drip pan. It's got a drip pan so that way the fins can mist water over the fins to cool it. How's it going, Squeeze? Ooh, she got a little toasty there, Red. Yeah, it's just a deep freeze. It's you can't just run bench after bench after bench, right? It it just won't keep up, basically. Not unless you can somehow get get it cold and have stuff in it. Some I don't know how you want to do. There's multiple ways to do the deep freeze, and again, you want volume, right? It's always volume. So if you gonna put like a tub of refrigerant of some sort of refrigerant, some antifreeze of some sort into it, you're gonna want a lot of it to keep it cold, because you're gonna want a lot of it. It's just, yeah, it's deep freeze works. It does. It's just you don't get many runs. Yeah, if not more. And if you could, like your your tubing going into the freezer, have it like copper tubing that goes down the sides of it, right close to the actual cooling of it, the inside and outside, before it even gets to the reservoir. Yeah, and that's the thing. If you just read the fridge, if it says they can do it down to minus 30, it's generally going to be the best one you can get for a freezer. Yeah, generally you can do about minus 20. Yep, we got a Dave. We got a happy Dave. Oh, you can get a whole bunch of freezers that could do minus 30. They sell them all the time. But again, freezers, it's volume, volume. You can make it work. Is it the best? No, but at least you can get generally freezers most of the time. They will do minus 30 if you find the freezer that will do it, because some of them do only minus 20. But a lot of, especially older ones, will do minus 30. Set it all up pretty good, and I mean, there's a bunch of records done on freezer, minus 30 freezer, set up right. Again, it's not a bench after bench after bench type deal. You got to bench, weight. Yep, yep. And you can. You can get a bunch of older freezers that'll do that. Oh yeah, yeah. Or you can just mod it. Then you only have to pull a wire off of it or add a resistor onto it or something like that, and it'll go balls to the wall. That's why older units are nicer. Yep, and that's the thing, because once you start going to volume, it's gonna be you have to keep it down at that temperature. It's gonna take a while to get down to that temperature, and once you start benching it, starts saturating that volume, right? I don't know, -40 though. That'd be pretty wild. Yep, yep. That's why I use ethanol. Yeah. He goes whispers. No, even D5 pumps will do it. Even D5 pumps will do it. Depends on how long the run is. D5 pumps will do it. Yeah, that's why with my setup with the ethanol, I have it on high pump speed. Thermal transfers is not as good, right? Oh, they would. Yeah, well, yeah. I've even done -30 on my 13900K, man, and yeah, still gets spicy. Still gets spicy. Yeah, PP tables. Power play. There'll be limits on it though. there'll be limits on that software. But I'm wondering if with that software, when you use it, you can actually see more into it, and then you can, I don't know. I don't know. I have to see. Yeah, they're like what, $30 or around $40 US, like for the complete set basically, because it's not just the, you have to get more than just the EVC for it to get working. It's not like they're the most, but not cheapest for something so simple. Yes, it is. I'm leering. I'm leering. Yep. One thing I want to say more for is better cooling, more GPUs, and maybe some more CPUs just for the globals. Well, that's good, there we go. $7 days left. Hoping I get the 960 soon. Oh, Jonesy's in second? Nice. What are the rules for it? 960, 5 gigahertz, 6 core, 12 thread, no ES. All hardware mods allowed as long as the core remains GM206 at 300, so the 960. No cooling restrictions. Benchmark verification 15. Windows taskbar. Desktop, wallpaper, benchmark Windows score, CPU Z, CPU memory, DBZ for GPU tab. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. You're in 17th, 123 points. Nice. Yeah. That gives you 15 points overall. Nice. Yes, I mean, there's a few participants. 29 people right now. 7 days left. Might be a few more later on. Yeah, for Fire Strike, you can do 2 cores higher. Just for the GPU. Wait, what? How is the run for the GPU Fire Strike? Oh, it's just GPU. So yeah, just run 3 core. That's all you need. Just run 3 core for Fire Strike, and you might be able to get higher overclock on it. That'll help you for your GPU. Any RGB? No, no RGB. Yeah. Time Spy, the RAM will help you a little bit. Fire Strike, not really as much. Unigine Heaven, not really that much. And GPU Pi will help you a little bit for better RAM. Tight timings, more or less. Really tight timings, more frequency. Some good timings. Good timings. Time Spy, you'll see a decent gain. Yeah, Fire Strike, just do three score, because it's just GPU. You can just run a custom, run a GPU only, and then just run 3 core. You don't even have to run 6 core, 12 thread, because that's the maximum, right? So you can just use 5. Oh, wait, you can just do 5 gigahertz, 6 core. Might even be a bit better, more efficient, instead of using 12 threads. So just do strictly 6 core on that one. Let's see what. No, he did 6 core 12 thread. Did all right timings. He probably tuned his RAM though for that one. Probably helped him out a little bit. Probably pretty good LOD for top score ASIC, right? I'm guessing. Yeah, good LOD on it. Crazy frequency though. 2.1 gigahertz on LM2 on a 960. That's wild, man. And tag LM2 1.8 on that one with a 700K 960 chilled water 1.7 for Jonesy. That I checked out his RAM. I guess maybe he could have done a bit better timings too. It wasn't that bad for main, but TRC 88. I'm not sure how well he tuned the RAM. You don't really need the frequency. It's more or less latency. It's not bandwidth benchmark. Even time spy is not that much of a bandwidth. It's more for GPU than RAM, right? Oh, missing chat. What? 27 for Fire Strike? Alright. Yo, how's it going there, Dodo? Sorry, I was chatting on there. Wasn't paying attention to the chat. That's the main thing, right? It's doing alright. Yep. I mean, not all the timings work switching in Windows, but it's a good way to do it. I mean, one of the best ways to do it. Just gotta remember, you could corrupt your OS. It can happen. I've done it. Yeah, that's the main thing. It's not like it's gonna happen. It's just it can happen. Yeah, some boards have XOC BIOS, custom XOC BIOS for them. That's not. I mean, it's generally always higher end boards. Get a Nova. A Nova. Pretty sure a Nova is one of the good ones to get for that. Most time with older laptops, you just need to switch it out from hard drive to an SSD, and that's all you generally need to do. Generally. Yeah, it would be. Yeah. If it's older, probably not. Yeah. Older Celeron. Newer one would probably be an ARM. Ooh, she's a beast. I know you, baby. What? What? Hello? Just woke up, started meowing, like, well, it's like right here. Yelling at me, like, oh my god. I fell asleep. Yeah, it used to be. It used to be. Yeah. Yeah. Just that good old G7400. Monster of a little 2-core. Just a little monster. Yeah, not cheap. I should have got a G7400 when they're, man, on Amazon they're selling cheap at one point. Cheap! Now they're not. Oh my god. Over 200 now, I think. Last time I saw them. Yeah. Yeah. Brutal Chrome OS. Wow. Like one of those tablet Chromebooks. Brutal. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it's the one with those crappy hinges. Really, really crappy hinges. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know which one you're talking about. Well, at least certain models. And just crappy hinges, the placement on them are odd on anchoring them. I think they only got like 3 screws on one hinge and 2 on the other one, anyways. Or 3 and 3, just terrible tiny little screws. Yeah. That's why I always try to tell people, even like, because you can find like 12600Ks. Like, yeah, it's i5. Get yourself something with more cores than that. Just guarantees. And it's also, you can pair it up with a decent GPU or keep pairing it up. And then you can overclock too, especially if on water. Because you can build something fairly, except for RAM now. Unless you find somewhere used for some RAM. But yeah, you can get decent, decent performance out of it. Yeah. No more Nokia. Those indestructible Nokias. Right. RAM cubed. Not really, not like a whole lot. No. Just gotta do more benching, more testing more or less for what I can do for Warp 9. If I get the 960 for the cheap ass, I'll do it. And hardware bot also, I mean, it's not a whole lot I can do. I either do 460 or the 960. But since it's just 3 scores, you're going to want the best 60 series cards we can do. And then 600 series, I don't have a 600 series. 3 scores for that. At Extreme SLI, up to 20 series, I don't have, like, AGP, 2 scores. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, is that so, Squeeze? What's the G? Oh, no, it's already been going. Depends if you want the RGB or not. Not that hard to do either. No. Well, it depends on how they're set up. They generally have headers for them, or they're set up like the Dominators and Titaniums, where they actually have like pins like gold pins that it just connector slides on. You wouldn't be able to scratch off a pin off the dim. It's not like the Dominator or Titanium. You can just mask it off or just remove the connector point. Yeah, they're not DOMs. Mine are Titaniums. So the Titaniums are designed for making your own custom RGB headers or whatever you want to do if you have a 3D printer. So they're fully customizable. I just took mine right off. Unscrewed 2 screws, pulled it right off. No more RGB. More airflow down by the PMC anyways. The PMIC, which is better. And then a copper shim mod mine. Very good to do. Yeah. Yeah, there's multiple different ways that it could be done. It wouldn't be done on your, like, there'll be some sort of connector for the RGB. A hookup for it. You just unhook the connecting point. That's all you really need to do. Depends on how it's made. You can just unscrew the RGB, unscrew or unplug that header, pull out the RGB, keep the same look, just no RGB. With the Titaniums and Dominators, the Dominators are set up in a more of a multi-fashion way, a little bit different, but with the Titaniums, you can unscrew the LED right from the, like how you screw it into the RAM, into the heatsink. And you can unscrew the LED so you can put on your own custom heat sink look, whatever you want to do. So they're all done basically the same way. It's just not. They just look different. Oh, Oh wow. The LED is soldered to the PCB. Huh. Wild. You could just cut the trace. You could just cut the trace to it. It'd be easier to just do it that way. You could desolder them, yeah. You could just cut the trace to them, though. You just cut the trace from the power source to it, which would be the left side by the looks of it. But you just take a multimeter to it, check, see what one's supplying the voltage, and you just check that one trace that goes to all of those LEDs, and you just cut it, mask it off, and there you go. Never have to worry about it. Soldering them would be a bit of a pain. They also don't like heat, right? So no, you need the power pin. You could desolder the controller for the RGB, which I think it has down on the left side of the PCB. If I look again. I'm looking at some DDR4 4000, but it probably won't be much different than the DDR5. So, on one side, just right here. Nah, that'd be a pain, man. Might even, I don't know, desolder the resistors to them. Power resistor for them. To each of them. I would have to look. There'd have to be a controller for it. I just don't see where it is. Oh, that's the controller? Oh, they got the PMIC push. Well, that's odd how they have it laid out. Oh, that's... No, yeah, it's DDR4. I'd have to look at DDR5. Trident. Yeah, cut and trace would be easy. No, your pins on the board are not any different than any other DDR4, right? All the pins are the exact same. So the pins go to the PCB. The PCB will have a controller that is dedicated for the RGB. And that can talk to probably another controller for the RGB software type deal. The controller, or the controller itself on the PCB, and then the voltage controller for the PCB for the RAM will also be on it, right? So basically, the voltages generally you got 5 volt, 5 volt and 3.3 volt, right? Yeah. I don't think I'm wrong. I think that's even for DDR5. Power pins for that. So there'll be pins. You'll need a voltage pin for logic pin for the controller and another pin for enabling. Those are the main ones that you need. And those are on the pins to the board. Yeah, that's what it looks like too on the DDR4 PCB that I'm looking at. I apologize, I am being pretty lazy here. Give me 1 second. So here we go. So what I'm looking at here, so here's the RGB, right? These are the RGB. Controller for everything. Your pins, you'll somewhere around here is 5 volt, and then there'll be a 3.3. Main one for 5 volt though, powering for logic for the controller. And controllers are always going to be around 5 volt. Older ones are generally 12 volt, but some of them are 12 volt, 5 volt for enabling multiple portions of it, but 5 volt for RAM for enabling logic, and then you need another voltage for enable pin on that, blah blah blah. That's how that communicates all on there. As you can see here for the RGB, right? These are 4 pins, and you can see the resistors to it. Now, all you have to do is take a multimeter while it's running, type deal. Put one end to the ground, another one to the what you'll find for voltage, which will probably be around 5 volt for RGB. Generally, it is around there. Might be a little bit lower on this right here, but then you can just check the resistor it's going to that and remove that resistor. Or you can figure out where the source of this power is, which might be through different layers going to, hopefully you can see that, might go to somewhere else on the board, which again I would have to check the multimeter, and that this looks kind of odd, like it's for like a voltage rail for the RGB. So I'd have to check that out because it's kind of odd. But anyways, this will probably be basically how it's done on the DDR5. The DDR5, these memory chips will be downshifted a bit lower. Well, the PMIC will be right in the center with all of its what it needs for that, but basically around the same voltages for that as well. But RGB needs, it's 5 volt, isn't it? Is it 3.3? Well, no, I'm pretty sure it's 5 volt for RGB. It's either 5 volt or 12 volt, right? Because you got ARGB and RGB. I'm pretty sure it's 5 volt. Yeah, you can literally just. Yeah, PMIC is 5 volt. Yeah, I already know that. That's what I said. I'm saying RGB. I'm pretty sure it's still going to just use the 5 volt, right? I mean, why would they switch it off? Make it the 12 volt RGB? Because they got 5 volt, so I'm pretty sure it'll be 5 volt. But you just figure out where that rail is, the power source is from that. Just cut the trace. Pretty easy to do. It really is. Or you can just remove each resistor to each power source of the LED, which will probably be the left side. Yeah, it would be 5 volt. Yeah, it makes sense because the whole RAM stick itself is powered by 5 volt, right? So why not make it easy? Right? Because then you need more controllers to bump voltages up and down. So make it as simple as possible. Just use the 5 volt. Yeah. Just find the power source. Either cut trace or remove a couple of resistors before it goes out. Right? It's fine going in to wherever the power source is, which again might be around here or around here. I'm pretty sure it's around here. I could be wrong though. It's just odd how this one's laid out. They made it work though. Like, were they gonna add more RGB over here on this one? It's kind of odd. That's what I'm saying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they got these ones missing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then these ones are missing. Odd. And then also PMIC laid out over here, or the controller laid out over there. It should be more in the center. Kind of makes it odd too. I don't know. That might just be me though, being nitpicky. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, but there's always going to be that power source to it, right? So if you can just remove it from giving power, it's pretty simple. It might just remove one resistor or just cut the trace before it gives power to it. Because all of them are going to run off of that same power source anyways, so remove it before it gets to the first one, and you're good. Because you gotta think they're like daisy chained. Yeah, right. The RGB would be daisy chained, because then it'd have to figure out through software on how it's set up, right? So that's how you get the fancy looks. Yeah, it'd be pretty tough to boom up there. Oh, you would have to remove either a resistor to each LED then, or remove the LEDs completely. That's brutal. CL12 would be awesome. Especially if you can do like 4400 at CL12, that'd be insane. They're really good. Your cast right latency should be lower than cast latency. Still odd that's higher. And plus, you gotta tune more more timings too. Oh yeah, definitely is voltage dependent. Yep. Yeah, cast latency and cast right latency, but cast right latency should still be lower, or the same as, or lower than cast latency. Still shouldn't even need that much. Yeah, I need to get a DDR4 board so I can throw mine on. I got a decent kit of B-die. 1.35 volts. CL15 4200, I think it was. Yeah, I mean, Caslene's gonna scale with it. Scale with the voltage. Yeah, he's getting good timings even at 1.5 volts. We got two more. Got two more of them. More timings. We'll do that at some point. We got it running real good. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, it's doing pretty good at 1.5 volt. Sometimes you don't need crazy voltages. Just need to tweak some stuff. Yeah. Well, B-Die's last run and the best to get. Oh yeah, I know. He's done benches. So he's already done some benchmarks at it. Which is could be better because he need more tuning done. 44 C12 at 1.65. I mean, no, that does sound about right. 1.65. Might even do it at a little bit lower voltage, to be honest. Yeah, the no VVT is probably hurting him a bit on that. That's fine. Yeah, and don't expect your TRCD to go much further, really. Yep. And TRFC is pretty low on him too, which is good. Lost in the mail. You mean really low TRFC, not TRFI? And TRFI is at what, 110? 110? Well, I mean, you should be able to just do lower TRFI, really. Not really gonna hurt performance. Yeah, because you're less refresh, so they will be chooching. Yeah, I need to work on your thirds. I need to work on your thirds. So those will help your like 7-zip, Y cruncher, PY prime. You read the writes down. Like right now. Oh. So right now. I'm pretty sure I have info. No, I don't. don't have hardware info. I'm gonna download. Show you the timings I'm at right now. They're decent daily. Just 6800 though. Low voltage. Oh yeah, yeah. You'll definitely be able to do better tune. And you're still at a decent voltage to keep them cool enough, so. And the thirds are gonna help. Your thirds will help. Oh, there we go. Alright, so yeah, we're only at 6800. CL 32, 44, 44, 32. Could be a little bit better, but this is just testing for daily, and I'm gonna see what I can do for some big Y cruncher like 10B. Maybe 5B, but do 10B for sure. And then this is just quick timings onto it. Refresh can be lower. T-file can't. TRC. Yeah, the read delay. No, we're not. You can't go lower than 6. TW, TP, 23 for some reason. Should be 22, but it went to 23 for some reason. The read to read, you lower that as well. I read the writes. So the read to write here, SG and DG. They can go lower too, but for summer, best keep. If you're ever having troubles with your DDR5, just raise up your read the writes. That's a lot of issues. And you can even run lower voltages too, because voltages will help lower down the read to write a little bit. Yeah, but 6448 is pretty good for read to write. But yeah, this is what I've been running for daily and testing wise. It's been pretty good. Not crazy voltages either. Nice. Yep, keeping your RAM nice and cool. Helps stability. Make sure they don't go too hot. It's not like they use a lot of wattage, it's just they internally get hot. Goodbye. See, why you gotta call me? I know. I think about getting some ice started because I need to do something for do some better scores for the comp. I'm hoping 960 shows up. Doesn't show up today, then probably should show up Monday. Yeah, I need a coffee too. I hear you, but I'm almost out. Yeah, very little left. Nah, DDR4 can do that. Buells. It's from Buells. It's all about the Buells. I ain't got me. Oh, and hate you. Bob's. Bob's. Burgers. Let me make Kathy. How about the views? Yeah, swap that views. No. Yeah. Bob's makes him smile. Yeah. Ghost with big bobs. I want a ghost like that. Bye, Tam. Au revoir. C'est la vie. Yeah, that sounds better. I don't. Well, I don't know. 'Really? You need 1.6? That's brutal. Yeah, 1.6 is brutal. Brutal. 4100. Sale 15. 15, 15. 28. TRC of 300 at 1.35 volts. On 8700K. And if I remember, my to the Y cruncher, that's up a bit more. Yeah, Y cruncher is up a bit more. TRC had to go up a little bit though. Coffee's ready. coffee, and I got a little bit of food. To really test it, 7-zip and do a W prime, 1024. White crunch are all you really need to do if you want bit lower timings and a little bit more frequencies. Just raise TRFC up a little bit. Plus W prime 1024 can let you know how well the tune's actually working. It's kind of like its stability and I like to test on multiple things. White cruncher it works. Generally, the longer tests are the better ones to run it at, but white cruncher doesn't hit your RAM as much as like a 7-zip. Now try to get rid of variables. Don't want to put the CPU into it. Because all of a sudden, maybe it could have just been the CPU through that one run. I just had some weird hiccup. It's not bad. Not bad. And that's without even doing thirds yet. I couldn't give you any of that. Too spicy for you. Yeah. Okay, let's see. No, you joined a while ago. I said, what up? I was chatting away. I wasn't paying attention to chat. You joined a while ago, though. How's it going, man? We're just chatting about RAM. Not doing much right now. Chatting about RAM. If you have any questions about PC hardware, let me know. Oh, you'll be able to do 6 gigahertz all core on chilled easily. You'll be able to do more. He should be able to, with his 14600 on temperature he's doing, should do like 6.3 on P cores. Should. Yeah, yeah. For ambient water, expect 5.8 for your P cores. Max, basically. If you get one that does 6 gigahertz all core, that's pretty good. He's a task bar hero. Yep. It's not like the P cores are much different than like a 13900K P core, right? Yeah, the Bongo Cat. Not really. Not really. Have you seen some of the frequencies some people have gotten their 13600K and 14600, especially 14600K up to? Oh my god. Like 6.4 gigahertz on chilled? Around 6.5? Just wild. Yeah, I wish I had a better 1300K. For the price, though, it's not bad. For the price, it was good. No. You want as lower voltage as possible. Well, you end up like with my 1300K, where it takes a lot more voltage to get it up above 6 gigahertz. Which really sucks. Yeah, it's happens. Not always gonna get the winning one, that's for sure. And each CPU it also plays differently. Some will bench higher on air than water or chilled. Some will bench better cooling. Nice. Have you figured out what you're getting for the cooler? Yes, you do. Oh, pretty beefy cooler. Yeah, 360 would be more beneficial. And just beat the heat. Good price. Holy. Good price you got there. I like those Richer R for cheap copper radiators. So they sell them in 120, 240, 360, and 480, I think. For fairly cheap. That's one thing I would want to get to. More rads. CPU is only 360. For my GPU custom wire loop is only 240. Yeah, that's the thing. I could technically make the rads from the AIOs that I have, but they're aluminum, and I made sure both of my custom wire loops are all copper, all pure copper with brass fittings. No mixing, no mixing, less maintenance. Aluminum's not bad. Like, aluminum dissipates the heat fine. It's just setting it up in the custom water loop. You're gonna have a nickel plated copper water block. Well, depending on the nickel plating, it's gonna wear off. Just who knows how long. Once aluminum starts hitting that copper, or the copper starts hitting that aluminum, I should say, it starts gunking up. Can even destroy your pump too. Oh, fuck off, man. Yep, but also aluminum wicks away that heat really well. Yeah, no doubt. Maybe. Broomstick horsepower.
What the hell are you doing?
At 10 speed.
Ninja in the workshop game, doing weird shit from the junk. Got an old box fan and a milk crate frame. If it looks unsafe, that's part of the game. Rich boys buying TV kids. I got duct tape holding all my shit. CPU cooler weight 20 pounds. Motherboard flex when you set it down.
Yeah, it's odd what motherboard BIOSes will do. On my Z77, it'll literally switch from manual voltage to offset voltage. So you have to be careful. Z! Let's go! I thought you were already a member. Oh, for 2 months. Jeez, man. That $1.99. The 99, man. It kills me. Yeah, the AMD discount. That penny discount.
Imaginary gears and stuff. People say that doesn't have performance. Really? Then explain this. Yesterday, 1980 DCLK. Today, 1980 DCLK. Motherfucker. Baby, don't you stop. Saying tequila, I'm hitting nitrogen off. Thermal paste on my shirt and jeans. Living every broke boy's work dream. No title charts, no fancy graphs. Just no jump parts and maniac laughs. Money to have a good time. Just
Yeah, way more than enough.
looking cool means buying the best. I'm gonna build nonsense with all the rest. 'Cause one day, when the reaper comes, you're gonna ask what the hell I've done. No point at the bench in the broomstick rod. Invented the horsepower mod. Horsepower mod. Tell the world we beat this. Boomstick ain't connected to anything. But the rig knows.
Just looking back at these pictures here, it's like I can't believe Frank even worked. I can't believe it. So yeah, right there, you can see this is the Epower. Well, this is Frank after desoldering wires. So this right here is just powering 3.3 volt. That's all it's doing. And then 12 volt from here because I needed it so that way I didn't have to plug it into like a extender of any sort for the PCIe. So I just put that on there. Shortened the runs a bit. Made Frank run a little bit better, not much. This is it cut off. Still looks all blobby, but I cleaned that all up. That's just because I desoldered those wires. What it should get too is better screws. Better mounting screws for it. Maybe even make like backplate for GPUs. To help distribute some of the pressure. Yeah, it'll help. You can see how dirty my block is too. I clean the block up. Open loops. I love doing open loops. Why does it not allow me to... Oh, down here. Duh. That's a bit better. Yep. So, well, what we could be doing is adding copper to all that. This. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Good enough. Yeah, copper basically to all this. Afterwards. So I already got somewhat of a plan going on for that. For all the grounding. So I can just solder wherever I want. And then add this. I'll make it go up. Make it go up and over. Connect it to here. Then up and over. Connect it over to there. And then down to over here. Like that. At least for the front side here, like this. Be a bit of a pain to make, but it'll make it a lot more sturdy and easier. Well, easier. Better mounting spots. Better grounding, so I can go wherever I want off of anywhere, basically. Probably won't have any of this here. Maybe I'll do something like down here, like that, but not have this. That way I have full access to the pecs. That's what I'll do for at least the front side to the whole thing. So this would be like a copper plate, well soldered to the ground side of those caps, all the way over to this ground side here. Which it is connected there to there, but terribly. It is terribly done. That way, all of that will be good. Transfer a lot of current And then I can put connectors anywhere I want for other boards, because the VRM layout will be different depending on boards. Then the back side, I'll keep it for power. And the back side, I thought I don't have pictures, I think. Right? I mean, you can see, right? You can see here those copper plates for the power right there. Same thing. Try to keep these the same length. So after this right here, I even shortened them even further and added more grounding to it and added all this grounding together to more grounding, basically. Just beefed everything up. Yeah, just a few tests, yeah. Yeah, it's not always about the megahertz, right? And you can keep it cool enough, then yeah, megahertz makes more sense. But if you can't keep it cool enough, clock stretching. Even if you can keep it cool enough, there's still clock stretching. Once you get a bench, getting hungry. All right. I gotcha. Yep. Remember, it's just GPU, so you can lower your cores down to 3 cores if you really wanted to. Well, just do 6 cores, no hyperthreading. Might be more beneficial. Sorry, that's right. It's 6 core, 12 thread max. So just do 6 cores, no hyperthreading. Yeah. Well, yeah. Gabby's hungry. So I asked her and she said yes. Did you want some foods? Yeah? Yeah, you want some foods? Alright, let's get you some foods. Alright, let's go. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. I think his 670 is good for team comp. 670 is good, I think. 600 series cards are part of comp. Oh, we need people doing PC Mark 10 extended. Yep. Extended. Yeah, PC Mark 10 extended. The long version. Better GPU, the better. Yeah. I'll be doing one. I'll be trying to get a good score. Run it with your best GPU you have. Seems to be the best bet. As the extended version, the 270K does pretty good in it, yeah. It's not that though, it's GPU. Alright, well that's fine. T7XT is fine, good enough. Just like I said, just use your best GPU while benching it, because it has a gaming section. So like if you have like a 5070 or best you can do. I mean, Dab should run us one because he has a 5070 Ti, so he should get a decent score. Yeah, but then also you gotta remember NVMe for this competition. There's certain NVMe's you can't use. Well, hard drives, I guess. You have to use basically an NVMe. I guess it's not really NVMe, but it's the I don't think you're allowed to use Intel Optane. Is it Optane or is it? Yeah, I think it's Optane. You can't use something else. Yeah, yeah. Can't use that. Yeah, didn't use 46 Ti. There we go. You can just ask. They don't have a full list that NVIDIA you can't use. It's just generally it's Optane type stuff. Optane. There's another brand can't use either for comps. No, you can't. No, you can check their list, but then you can just let them know like I'm using this one here. It's just a store bought one basically, right? No, no. It says you can ask them. to check for the NVMe for you. I don't know if it's no, I don't think it's the enterprise drives. No, I don't think so. Maybe because they'll put it to server side. Never know server hardware allowed unless specified. So they might classify it as server side. Yep. Yeah, you can. Just it says who. Hold on. Oh, I have closed. Whoops. Just need to ask for warp 9. You just need to ask Mr. Scott. It says, please cross-check with Mr. Scott in case of doubt for approved storage. I don't have to worry because mine's just a 980 Pro 2 terabyte. Pretty standard. Why no Thermaltake smart PSUs? For what? Yeah, but going from 7 gigabits per second to 14, it's not like it's that much noticeable. There's only some parts that really scale with it, right? So I think your 4K sequential won't be still not that good. Well, it's good, but it's not that fast. Oh yeah, Gen 4 is fast enough for most people. Nope. For most tasks, most tasks, not much. Yeah, bench scores can help. It's not like it's wildly different, but it does help though. It's not even like all the benchmarks scale with it. Some legacy does. Yeah. Most of them are around the same, except for like the older, cheaper ones, of course. Yeah, I thought those ones. I thought those. I are they? I'm pretty sure they have issues with them. Like they don't last very long. I thought. Yeah, I don't think it is. That's fine. It's not like it's needed, really. Turtle. Oh. Oh yeah, I guess yeah. Yeah, my landlord wants computer built next month, so you made muffins? Ooh, what kind of muffins did you make? Ooh, blueberry. Yeah, so basically what I'm gonna do is turn his PC. I gotta find an MATX motherboard, something decent. I basically gut out his PC from like 2004. I'll take the motherboard, right? Everything's like garbage basically, but I'll take everything. Might run some benches with whatever's in it. We'll see. I'm not even sure what's in it. I'll take everything out of that. New power supply, new motherboard, RAM, CPU, a bunch of storage. It's thinking like 4 terabytes of hard drive and then like an NVMe for quick boot type deal. Just not sure what to get yet. Yep. Yeah, basically make a sleeper PC. You got her. 900-ish. About 900. We'll say. Because I got power supply already. Wheelchair PC. Oh. It's more or less I'm just looking for like the motherboard, CPU, maybe RAM. But would like to find a CPU, motherboard, RAM combo type deal. And a metal jerry can. I was gonna say an ammo can, but I'm pretty sure the fuel can would be a lot nicer to work in. Yeah, have you seen it? Have you seen? I guess I could go over CES. But they got some stuff out there, man. Nothing new, just new ways of showing off stuff. I don't think I saw that. That'll be thermal take, I think. Then thermal take made some retro PC cases, so maybe they're adding on to it, like the lineup for the retro. Oh wow. Oh, mini monitor. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that would cost too much nowadays, though. Yeah, they were. We don't have anyone for 16 core CPU, do we? Oh, they went ham on 16 core Simbench R15, eh? LN2 9850X3D 2 8451 3601 at 5.9 1400 KS 5.9. I should be able to beat that. $36.01. Oh, I don't think I will be able to beat that. Let's see. No, probably not. Well, freeze up a bunch of ice, maybe. I'll see what I can do. At 5.6, I could do 34.20ish. So my best is 36.08 at 6 gigahertz. But I might be able to outbeat that at a lower frequency, to be honest. I might be able to beat that 5.9. I think I can match that 1400 KS with my 1300K. Core for core. And yeah, PC Mark 10 Extended seems to be like that benchmark where that gaming performance is helping. So better GPU is gonna help you. Yep, that they did. Well, they're smart. They're like, well, we basically made back, or we've made back the money on the machinery that we made. Keep prices low, really competitive. Pump out as much as we can out of each that are selling really well, working really well, and advance on what we can on what we have. Basically, save money and just sell what works for cheap. Smart. Smart investment. Think the long term. Sometimes not being greedy good. Yeah, the contact plate is pretty flat. Yeah, convex. Oh, instead of doing that, try like from what I found for superposition, do like 6.875. Convex is, and also convex is only good if you can do good mounting pressure. Flat on flats always give you your best. Convex is good, but there's not really flex. It depends on your cold plate thickness, right? The only real flex points on your contact for CPU and that is generally the IHS to the CPU die. That's usually liquid metal, unless you've got delidded and it was not a stim, it was a TIM, just thermal paste. All that and the like whatever they're using for keeping on the IHS. Yeah, you want your GPU cooler to be flat as possible, because GPU dies are fairly flat. Now, flatten it down more to get rid of the etching helps a bit too. I did that with my 1070 that I had. Helped with hotspot. Yeah, and I've shown that on my monoblock where it just ends up as like a copper circle showing all the way out to the nickel plating, like a little perfect circle. But it's also not as easy as you might think. You also gotta make sure you're flattening the center of it, and you're not flattening one side down with it. You gotta make sure you're actually flattening the center of that convex, right? So in that one video on the lapping, I tried to show people like not just a figure eight, but like holding positions and whatnot. Yeah, you can lap your AIO. And then depending on the actual thickness of the cold plate of the AIO, I mean, some can be very beneficial for it. Some not so much. Depends on how the fin array is done onto it, and the thickness of the cold plate really matters on whether or not it's going to be beneficial. Flattening it out is going to help, of course, for contact, but as in like actual thermal wicking from the core itself, it might not be as much benefits as lapping both together, right? That's why I always say if you're gonna lap one, lap both together, and try to do a triple match. Nice. How many cores you on? Just 6 core. Yeah, you don't need to use the 12 thread. It might actually help you too. And if you get rid of the 12 thread too, you can maybe tune your RAM just a little bit more, which will help you a little bit. I think I tested Firestrike at 575 as well for LOD, and it wasn't half bad. But I know around that 6.875 to 7.125 seems to be good. Even though you can't get more frequency or even less frequency, the scores seem to be better for a bunch of tests on it. At least from what I've tested right now. Did 4? Yeah, try 6.875. Ah. Yeah. Hopefully it runs good. See, that's the thing. In superposition, it looks fairly decent. You get less frequency out of your GPU, but scores way better at that. Well, that 6.875 to, again, 7.125. Yeah, it is. Same thing with 03, 05, where like a couple of scenes are literally just black. Just black. Can't see your FPS at all either, right? You can't see it. Like none of that should be showing at the bottom. Yep, just not Time Spy or Skydiver. Even though I found a bunch of benchmarks where people posted Skydiver with LOD. It specifically says in the rule no LOD. Yeah, that's the way it should be. FPS should be a blur. Nah, CPU torque. Nah, that sucks. Yeah, I guess lower is better. I'm just reading more on the discussion about CMaker. It can be very sensitive, maybe, right? Oh, my bad. There we go. 5450, I think it is. Trying to think of what box I have it in. This box. This box has the 56, the Vega 56 in it. Let's see. And a bunch of CPU boxes. A whole bunch of CPU boxes. A memory box. Yeah, 4650 probably does. I can believe it. There she be. All modded up, ready to go. GT 610. I think this is all RAM. This is all RAM. Whole bunch of RAM packaged up. What GPU is this? Oh, 1080. Alright, that's 1080. No good. Yeah. Yep. Needs to be modded up too. It does max everything, even like this. Does max everything. I need a BIOS mod it. I believe I need a BIOS mod it. So BIOS mod it. Get it set up on water. Figure it out. It is a 2-core or 2-phase. Sorry, it is a 2-phase, which is nice. But it is a 2-phase. So that is nice. This though, single phase, little 5450. Yeah, it was good. Not the 5450. It's shit. Even modded, even voltage modded, it's not good. But that might be the next project, is doing the TT610. GT610 is gonna be a hard one to do. All top scores have been modded cards on LN2 basically, or single stage and dual stage phase change. There's some points in it, but yeah. It's not gonna be easy to get to. Yeah, GT610 seems to be pretty good. Pretty good performer, in my opinion. Yeah, it is pretty good, especially that little crappy little PCB. So I'm wondering if maybe doing the Epower on it would be beneficial. That's why I was working on that dual phase Epower, but I can't get it working. I can't get it working, and I don't know why. I keep blowing MOSFETs over and over and over. I don't have any more MOSFETs to keep testing it. I think I just need to set some sort of voltage sense for it. Set those wires right at the the cap side after the low side switching frequency. Probably need to do that. It'd be really awesome because it's like tiny. It's a tiny little dual phase VRM that could actually handle some power. And maybe what I'll do in the future is get some like really good MOSFETs for it. Put it on it. Rated for like high amp MOSFETs. Because even though it's just dual core. Because I want to make it so that way I can use it for small cards. Or use it for like cards for memory. Be really good to have. It's also why I'm trying to get a job. Buy just a bunch of broken GPUs just to mess around with VRMs and make like small E-powers or custom E-powers for things. Yeah. We won't say can't right now. We won't say that. We'll say we'll do what we can do. I'm really contemplating on making the EVGA 1080 Ti for the win into an E-power. Really, really am. Might be, as long as it didn't get past the VRM. Yeah, they are. The RX 5A and the 670 is worth some decent points. I think the 960 too, whenever it shows up. Would have been awesome if it showed up today. Yeah, I mean, you should be able to find them for $50. Should. And the 4 gigabytes all you need. I guess you're going. Do they have? Let's see. RX 580. Let's see. There's some points in the RX 580, you know. No, 4 gigabyte will do it. 4 gigabyte will do it. Might not clock or might not do as good, but especially Fire Strike will be fine. But Time Spy Extreme, Time Spy should be fine. Fire Strike should be all fine. Yeah, I should never have got rid of mine either. Same thing with the 6700 XT. So they're pretty good. My 4 gigabyte RX 5A and 8 gigabyte. Actually, I wonder. Ooh, sorry about that. I thought I can search in 3D Mark. Uh, 3D Mark. I don't know if I have any runs. I'm pretty sure I do. Times 5. Thought you could sure. Apparently not. Alright. And then this. Hill. Way back. Oh, there's RX580. We found it. I found my RX580. Oh my god, I found it. RX580. With my 6700. Times by 4936. $49 and GPU. Yeah, graphics score of 5025. Oh, set it to 12 then. Might not like the uneven. Yeah, set it 12, 14. Then with my 6700, it's doing about 10,000. The 6700. Oh, I did RX 580. I did 4939. Best score. 4939. 2060 Super. 8466. 1070. Oh, I guess I'm not even showing this. Too long. Oh, it's entered that. Oh, there you go. Here's some old scores of mine. This is before hardware bot. Even though my hardware bot says 2018, this is before hardware bot. It's just for some reason it grabbed my XQU because it combined my forum and my main account, combined them, so it says 2018, even though I didn't start until 2022, 2023. And on hardware bot. This is how much. That's what I've been benching. That's what all I've been benching, right? We go way back. We go way back. Let's see. 580, still the 580. It'd be 580, 4 GB and 8 GB between those. Still 580. What have my R9, R7, R9? Was it R9 or R7? No, just 580 all on this. Well, how about we do Fire Strike then? Maybe. It's 370, 580. Wait. R7 370. There we go. There's my R3 370. Or R7 370. 370. Some more things I wish I still had or actually put on for Hoverbot. So RX 58370, 2060 Super. The 670 wasn't half bad actually. It's pretty good 670. And then the 8600K as well, which I keep putting this back. They have 5650, 650, 667, just testing what there's 8600K. 6 core, 6 thread. It was a little monster. Then later on, I got the 8700K, which should be down here before the 12900K, but I don't see it. No, just 8600K. Weird. Then 1200, but I got the 8700K, then 12900K. And then use the 12600K as well. Add to 5650 and 13900K. Don't see any 12600 or 8700K though. It's kind of odd. The R7 370 is overclocked, kind of nice. I technically started Hoverbot in 2023. It says 2018 though. It's when I got the 12900K. Oh, there's 8700K. There it is. Or is it when I got the 1300K out? No, it's when I got 12900K. Yeah, it was when I got 12900K. But 2022, all my scores got removed because they were apparently not proper, which is why I do it a certain way now. Oh yeah, there's 12900K, 2023, and I got legit scores on that in 2023. Technically, I started in 2023, but my account got combined with my forum account, which had my XTU score from the 6700, so 2018. Oh, the 360? They still overclock kind of nice. They're not too hard to cool. Oh, really? Hmm. No, I can't say they're bad cards. They're good. I like any card that works, but EVGA and Azus are good. I mean, Zotac makes good cards too. I will give them that. They do make good cards. Yeah, they make good stuff. I bet the 3060 was pretty good. I like the fan designs after the 30 series. They're actually really good fan designs. Yeah, but they kept it competitive off the bat, right? No. The 4060, yeah. As long as GDR6X. You should be able to do 1600 easy. 2000 on good cards, like my 3070 Ti was. And did it. Yeah, it did score alright. Yeah, not bad. I mean, the fire strike is pretty rough. Oh, okay, yeah. So, yeah, you're not even top 200 in FS. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it. Yep, make things go a little bit easier. Okay. I've been streaming for almost 8 hours. I think I'll end the stream. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I need more people running it, so hopefully maybe Dad does. You can ask him. All right. Hopefully. That'd be good. Need at least 3 scores. 3 scores would be good. Doesn't matter how really good they are, right? Yep. Thank you guys for joining the stream. Hoping in the future make streams a bit better. Yeah, me too. I hope so. He mailed it on the 9th, so I mean, it should have been. I'm not sure how he exactly mailed it, but yeah. Said 3 business days. Yep. But yep, that's it for the stream, you guys. So, I just want to again thank everyone for joining the live stream. Thank you to all my viewers, subscribers, and donators. You guys are helping this channel more than you know. I'm going to try to stream more, but it is what it is right now. I'll try to make some more videos too. But yep, that's it for us in here. So again, thank you everyone. And again, as always. Yeah, exactly. That missed out. Again, as always, don't forget to get her done. Peace.